Mm, mm, mm. All right, should be good now. We got Petite and Pika. What is good? How are we doing, dudes? All right. Let's go ahead and put this all away. Let's go grab this, that, and we're good. What is going on? You wanted. Don't believe you. Dude, we got the friggin' shaders on right now. Trying to get a little bit of something going on to freshen it up a little bit. Got the complimentary shaders on freaking high. Boom. What's going on? We got Fatal as well. How you doing? What is going on, my dudes? Howdy, howdy, howdy. We got Snoopy. What's good, my man? Fellas, we're at 95 out of 100 books right now. At least I'm pretty sure. I'm really hoping that was right. Either 95 or 94. I genuinely hope that I was right. Oh yeah, complimentary shaders. It looks freaking gorgeous, dude. My god, it looks incredible. Oh, actually, you know what? I gotta do this real quick. Gotta go /VP. Visit Portal 2. We gotta get our cakes, my dudes. We gotta get our cakes, my dudes. I don't think there's anything else we had to do, but let's just make sure we have at least that. There's no surveillance goons. No one here apparently has any of their perks still. As far as I saw, that's unfortunate. Every time I get on, there's no perks. There's nothing at all, dude. Wild. Not be able to bribe Dojo and Tiny Dancer. So sad we're not going to be able to do that. Is anyone actually, like, did anyone plan to do that? Well, if you didn't have to actually do it, you just got it? The Dojo, I understand wanting to do that for sure. Oh, not Dojo. The Tiny Dancer, I understand. The Dojo, I don't really understand doing that necessarily. So I made a video on all the custom perks in Duralius, came out saying at least 6 of them listed are fake. Got you. Okay. Well, I mean, we'll see what happens, like, what everyone's gonna do once the actual update happens. You know, we'll see it then. Oh, to be determine's idea, but he got 4th. Ah, I see. Gotcha. Well, unfortunate. We'll see what happens, but that would have been nice. I can't lie. I would have very much liked that. Fellas, how we all doing today, man? We guys excited for the good old Hightail tomorrow, dude? Hightail comes out tomorrow morning, 6 months roughly after it was fully canceled. 7 years after the actual release of the announcement. That's insane, brother. I'm going to be live tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. EST, so we can hype it up for the first, you know, little bit of it. Just yap, chat, get ready for it. Get it all ready to go. And then right when it launches at 10 a.m. EST, anyone who's here, myself, we're all going to be able to, you know, experience it together. That'll be very exciting stuff. I gotta go in for fingerprinting tomorrow since my last prints got denied. Apparently, if you have cut off fingers, it messes with it. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna be honest. I can imagine, first off, I can imagine that that's probably the case because that's fucking wild. But when I had to use a fingerprint scanner every single day that I was leaving, while using my pinky, every single day that I was leaving the work site that I used to, you know, be at before I started streaming full time, I would be clocking out after my 12 hours, you know, just getting ready to go home, and I have to use a fingerprint scanner or whatever for the fucking timeout, whatever. But it never worked. Never worked for me. I don't know why. It never worked for me. I'd watch other people walk up and then beep, done. Beep, done. Beep, done. Me, I'd be in there. Nope. 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 For like fucking 5 minutes. Dude, it pissed me off. I was like, why can't you just say he was here for 12 hours? Why do I gotta sit here and do a goddamn jigsaw puzzle or something? Or like, I'm not trying to solve a mystery over here. I'm trying to get the hell home. So I do it one, no, fuck that, I'm going home. I'm like, I don't care, dude. I was like, that's good enough for me. I was like, I'm not putting any effort in. My shift ended minutes ago. My thumb and my ring finger and my right hand are both sewed back. And the tips of my fingers are pretty much cut in half. That is wild. That is wild. The same thing at the dealership I work at, because it's a high-end dealership. It was very secure. Yeah, it got you. Yeah, the fingerprint just doesn't work. They try to lock you out of it. Like, dude, I'm trying to make a sale, brother. I can't get in. Like, what's going on? They want me to get in this car, and I've been here for 47 business days waiting to open this fucking thing up, dude. God damn it. Another buddy walks over. I got this. Beep, gets the keys, takes the fucking sale. We're like, oh my God. How dare you? My God. Wild stuff. Dude, I think that overall, fingerprint scanners are never going to be my thing. Ever. Thumb's okay, but they never want to use the thumb. They want you to use the pinky for some dumbass reason. I don't know why that is, but that's fine. It is what it is. Fuck it. Anyways, fellas, I have a lot of stuff. We've gained a lot of stuff. Where the hell is this at? We've gained a lot of stuff over the years, all right? I have not exactly done like an insane amount of grinding ever on Diana. I've just done a lot of little ones. So we are actually just about to reach the 100th Chimera on my Ironman profile. And that's without ever doing like 16-hour sessions or anything like that, where I know damn well some people have dropped 30 plus in one session multiple times. I know that that's apparently a thing. Or people drop like, you know, a ridiculous amount. But the way I got near this is because last session, amongst all the other sessions, in the past, like, you know, since Diana has not ended, since it came in last, right? So, like, 2 different minister sections at this point being, you know, just about over. I have today, I think, possibly, unless they bring in mythological again, or get rid of it, to get 5 more to make it to the entire 100, which would then put me to, in just this minister's election that just ended technically, and the one before that, I've gained 16 and soon to be 21 from it, which is pretty damn cool. So not bad at all. 2B is picking ritual. Ah, nice. So we're going to have more of it no matter what. Today is the last day I'm going to be doing it for a long while. Most likely, unless Hightail just really is like super unplayable for a bit, and like, because it's going to have a lot of problems. It's going to be early access. That means problems. That means bugs. That means, like, you know, crashes. That means delays, whatever. Stuff like that will happen. But instead of just like sitting around on Skyblock and saying, oh, we'll see how Hightail goes, and then just like grinding out this stuff again, we're going to be, as of tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. live to take a look at it as it drops at 10 a.m. So I want to make sure to try to get these 5 books possibly today. If I can, I'd be very happy to see that. I'm going to try my best. Secured funding for the next 2 years. Dude, I saw that they straight up said, believe it or not, chat, it was, keep in mind, all right, the timeline here. 7 years ago, they released the announcement. 61 million views on that video, right? So much hype. Millions of freaking, eyeballs, just tens of millions of eyeballs just looking at it. Potentially, like, 10 million plus people willing to purchase it because of that. And then years and years and years and years and years and years, 7 years later, right? They cancel the whole thing. Not even 6 years and like 8 months or something like that. Or 6 years and, let's say, like 7 months. Whatever it might be. They cancel the game. Simon comes in. Boom. Takes it back. And within just 6 months of it being canceled, it is now being released. And there are there are a lot of people who want to play this, and their expectations are from the numbers that they already know and are seeing, you know, go forward. They're gonna have expected 1 million people on launch day. Like, obviously not all at one single time. Most likely it's probably going to be like 100,000 plus at one time. Maybe. I don't know if it'll be that much exactly, but I honestly, I don't see that not, you know, happening. There is going to be a hell of a lot of people. Potentially, like, their expectations are 1 million people again on launch day. So that's a pretty insane amount of people. So that right there, if you look at just the bare minimum, that's 19,990,000 day fucking one. That is beautiful. And I know that that doesn't necessarily just bring the game into a profit state, because to be honest, they've had years and years and years and years of loss and loss and loss and loss. And then Simon with 20, like, I don't know exactly how much he paid, but he had a statement saying something about, like, he's willing to go $25 million cash out of his pocket to make this thing happen without anyone else funding it necessarily. But day one, 19.99 mil. Good for them, dude. Good for them. That is insane. Like, that is a great start. Fantastic start. And then once people start realizing, all right, this isn't just early access in like a while from now. Now it's getting well put together. Now it's getting further. And then eventually a full-fledged game. It's only going to get more and more and more. So that's pretty good. I did hear about 30's server. I can't remember exactly what it was called, but I know it's like, you know, it's got a pretty good team around it. And they're working, you know, very much so to make this like a really solid, you know, hopefully long-term sustainable thing, which is very cool. I think that's incredible. Someone that, like, at his size or whatever, it does make sense to do some big project. There's another person who's also going to be doing something like that. At least my thoughts on it are something that we could all probably agree. The person who made Hoplite Silver used to be Speed Silver on Skyblock or whatever. Like, he's also doing another server, like day one server, for another example, which you can assume is probably going to be Hoplite but Hightail. So, or maybe not. Maybe it's not that specifically, but I think that it probably will be. So there's a couple people who are pretty notable names that are going to be doing some like pretty big things. There's a lot of people doing a lot of good stuff. Like, there's also the let's say like all the people modding and everything. I don't know if you guys have kept up with that, but the modding community on Hightail is absolutely going off. I don't know if you guys have seen just how much they've done or how much people are making already. It is baffling. Oh yeah, shaders for so it's complementary shaders on 1.21.5 with Iris, not Optifine. And I have it on high right now. Yeah, complementary. I can just do this to show you exactly what I have. Shader packs. I have the complementary reimagined underscore R 5.6.1 for Iris 1.21.5. If you just look up Modrinth like shaders and then look up complementary reimagined and then get it for that version. That's what I'm using specifically. Yeah, Optifine is no longer, I guess, so. Dude, I am super excited because, like, another thing, you know, I told you guys before that I was, like, certain that Bisect would probably do a Hightail server. Like, you know, integration or whatever, so you could actually have servers for Hightail with what I already have and all that stuff. That's good to go. So, as of tomorrow, I assume it's going to be right off the bat, day one. We're going to have my Voxy SMP started up for what we'll start off with is tier 2 subs and VIPs. Just so I know that it's safe and secure. And then as we go forward, if we get decent moderation or something like that, or we'll see how it goes and if it needs to stay on, or if it doesn't, whatever, we'll go from there and maybe make it like less insane. But like, that's what it'll start out as. So as of tomorrow, right when I figure out when they're live with it, since it is a thing, you guys can you even order your server for release day already. I'm just gonna swap my server. That's a 10 gig server with the Bisect 1, so I can use it for any game I want. I can swap it right over to Hightails, get it set up, and it's the Voxy SMP, and that's good, you know, good to go. So if you guys want to do that, should be pretty good. I'm not going to be playing on it directly right off the bat, but I will be on and off of it every once in a while. It's because when I do mine, I want to make sure that I'm like, you know, just able to focus purely on the new stuff, and then I'll pop into the server for a little bit. What pack right now? Like, I mean, there's a couple packs. Either texture pack or mod pack or whatever like that. Inside of my Discord, I have all that information. Actually, just went Discord or inside the description. By the way, 1 second. I need to turn the fan. 1 sec. Holy crap, it is warm in here. I have not streamed in... I didn't stream for 3 days, so I could take finally a decent long weekend before the release of Hightail, where I'm going to be going kind of ham. I don't think you guys have all heard my plans, but I'm going to be doing not only streams of that, and then probably Skyblock as well. You know, maybe like just Hightail mainly for like the first little while. And then I'm also going to be doing offline recordings of some stuff. So it's pretty good. No home until later, but curious, did anyone get rid of Aura's good perks? The new ministers are the last ministers. So it's going to be completely over no matter what after this election, like periods, like mayor's rotation is done. So we're finally going back to, believe it or not, we're finally going back to the regular, normal shit. No matter what happens here, it's going down. Unless they actually plan to, like, you know, just get rid of all the perks anyways with their perks. Though, it's not gonna stay. It was Jaya who's mentioned that it's the last one is the 9th one. So, it's pretty interesting. I'm looking forward to it being over because, like, it's gonna give us the ability to see the game, you know, kind of normalize again. Oh yeah, so you're going for the, you said 3rd hype. Jesus Christ, Magnus. What the hell? Nuts. Wait, so are you on Ironman doing this, or is this a regular profile thing? Because I mean, then I'd be like, okay, I guess. Probably Ultimate Wise, 1 Chimera, and 1 Swarm. Okay, normal profile, that makes a lot more sense. All right, I get that. Not like it's necessary, but just much more feasible. Can I get a friggin' single? I need to get a Chimera early on so I know that there's actually a chance that I finish my 100 today. It's not at all needed. Yeah, not even in any form is that needed, but why not, you know? This is the cheapest you're gonna get a hype in probably, you know, the rest of the time that this game exists, I'm gonna be honest. From this day forward. Is it normal to have 3 protector drags in a row? Yeah, it's not very uncommon at all. They're a rather common one to see. All right, here we go. Please be my first Chimera of the day. I don't necessarily need Chimeras, but I do need to see that number 100 hit today. God damn it. What's up? Hey, chillin', dude. Yeah, we got Wosa as well. What's good? I just hope Pest Eradicator perk is in his last selection so I can finish my pumpkin. I hope so for you, brother. Nice to see you guys. We got Kebab. Hey, yo. Yes, sir. We got Complimentary Reimagine. We're shadering today. I feel like Hightail has like a little bit of like, you know, a shader aspect look to it or whatever. The lighting in it just looks a lot better. So I thought that maybe, you know, today for Skyblock, we might just mystify the whole thing. Because it looks pretty dead normally. Welcome, welcome. And we got Joltik, howdy, howdy. We got Cohen. Do you have any advice for someone that doesn't know if they want to keep playing Ironman? I mean, okay, without reading the whole thing, like, yeah, out loud, I just want to say, if you want to play Ironman, or you want to play regular, have both profiles and play whichever one you want to play when you want to play it. I'm not like some, you know, Giga Brain is going to be able to, like, you know, fucking tell you all the best things every single time. But it just have both and do both whenever you feel like. That's what I've been doing for 6.5 years. Then also have this profile, which is trials. Then these profiles are used for just whatever, whenever I decide to swap them, change them, different challenges, whatever, you know what I mean? Those Ironman stay, yeah, so the Ironman stuff is going to be slow. That's a guarantee. Don't lock yourself in on it if you really don't want to. Do something else. If you feel like coming back to it, come back to it. That's the best way to do it. Delete the normal so you have no choice but to max the other. Nah, keep your normal, keep your Ironman, play whatever you want. If you want to just dick around on a regular and just absolutely blast through progression with, like, purchasing your way through it in terms of coins, do that and then try new updates on it. You know, just do some challenge type thing on it. You know, gamble a little bit of, you know, coins on it, whatever. Try out some new strats, whatever you want to do. But then on Ironman, you can just go and progress at your own pace and not worry about it. Because, again, there's no timeline. You just do what you want to do when you want to do it. That's it. That is it. They're very important to, you know, like, I don't know, like, I guess take advantage of the fact that you have those slots. Use them. You don't need to lock in on one profile and that's it. Like, I technically only really use this one profile to lock in on and do whatever, but I do mess around on the older one. That's a regular all the time. Like, I was on it the other day. I spent billions of coins just chilling. And I enjoyed it. Like, it was pretty chill. And now I just go on it to check out some stuff every once in a while. But yes, sir, dude. Just got a Chimera after 345 of no Inquisitors. And 16 of no Chimera. Yeah, that's pretty normal. Like, that's rather normal. People forget that you guys all have your own individual stat changes versus other people, and, you know, keep in mind of, like, the type of looting you have, the fucking magic find you have, the beast area you have, the tracking, the tier of the mob you're killing, the freaking, there's so many things that go into it. You can go literally like 1,000 mobs without getting a single Inquisitor if you're unlucky enough. It just happens. Like, it absolutely can happen. It's not ideal if it does, but it can happen. I've gone, like, fucking on stream, like, I think it was like 600 with no Inquisitor, and then I think there was like 30 Inquisitors and no book of my own and a couple others. It was pretty insane, but then I got, like, a whole bunch in no time. .2 chance for... yeah, it doesn't really matter. I don't care what your chance is necessarily, but I'm saying, like, it changes for everybody. Everyone has the good luck, bad luck, whatever. It's like, it doesn't really matter. Saying, like, oh, I just went this long and that long without getting it. It's like, that's just cool and all, but, like, don't stare at the number because it doesn't fucking matter. Like, you'll get it when you get it and you'll drop what you drop, you know? Just kill them. Don't look at how many it's been because it makes no fucking difference. Like, if you know how much you're doing and you know how much per hour you're doing and you know all that stuff or whatever, it's not going to change the fact that you're still getting dick all for a while. You're going to get what you get. That's it. So turn off those fucking numbers because it is so incredibly pointless. And then all it is you giving yourself a reason to fucking complain about it. And I've done the same thing. It's just pointless. All it is there so you can complain about it more, which everyone's doing it. Like, you know, it's not changing anything for anyone. Just play the game and get what you get, you know? Or don't. It's the best thing about it. I don't care if I get a single of anything ever. I just want to get my coins. For content bits, I want to be like, yo, dude, you better drop this right now. And I drop it and it's cool, but it is what it is. I think that if I go ahead and get myself a single book within the first hour, I feel like, you know, at that point, I might actually, I believe that the 5 might happen today. But if I don't get one within the first hour, then I'm a little skeptical on that. A lot of I almost want to guarantee it won't happen. Trying to go off of like how it felt the other day. I got one day recently. I played for 5 hours and I got 5 books within 4 hours. So, to me, that's pretty damn incredible. I think that's pretty goddamn good. Sup, chillin', Marcel? How you doing, dude? Also, GG's Magnus. Same as my 150 hours for BOA Shed. Yeah, the old BOA. I still have yet to get that. I probably won't get that ever. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't got the lucky drops from any of the 4 mobs that were added in that update. The 4 rare mobs, anyways. I haven't gotten a single one of those fucking things, and I still refuse to go back. It is so bad. I tried to do it during Aura, too, and it's still just nothing. So it is what it is. I'm just like, I'm not going for it. I just thought I don't want to spend all my time fishing just to be getting screwed. So I just moved on. I definitely will go back to it if they bring out like a pretty decent update to fishing, where they actually do up the cap. They do, you know, more to make it a little bit less of a sleeper simulator. Then I'll probably go back to it, but getting that friggin' the brimstone handle, the tighten the boa shed, the scuttler shell, the tiki mask, all of those are just a hell fucking nopers, dude. The fact that I got the vial is like, you know, the only, I mean, in my opinion, the only one that matters to me. And I got that twice now. So, moving on from that stuff. They're not gonna what, up the cap eventually and make changes to fishing? Because they definitely will. That is for sure. That is a guarantee. That eventually they'll make some changes to fishing and or also add caps increase to the levels. Like that's a guarantee. I'm not fucking sitting there like praying I get it before 75 hours. I'm not fishing for 75 straight hours for that. That's just a waste of time. That is an insane waste of time. I'm not doing that to myself. Fishing is good right now. They have little reason to change it. No, they definitely have reasons to change it. Like, that's just a matter of, all right, do we want to right-click inside of this circle and move to the next circle, and right-click inside of that circle, move to the next circle? They'll eventually do stuff. Like, that is a... That is going to happen. If anyone doesn't see the fact that it's going to eventually have a change to it, given the fact that if you look at mining and you look at garden and you look at foraging, look at all those three and tell me that fishing is going to stay exactly how it is, then that's a little wild. No moving. Then they added something. Yeah, but you move to a circle to right-click instead of just standing in a spot and right-clicking. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to eventually change some stuff about it. Like, that is a guarantee. It's not even a question. It's a guarantee. They're eventually going to do something. You want to start doing Diana for the first time? If the perk is chosen again, I finally finished my goal of getting a scrolled Hyperion. Hey, oh. Not bad, dude. Have you started any progression inside of the Diana items, or are you just full-on Iron Man and you haven't touched Diana in any way? Pause. Yeah, I could see something like that for sure. 100%. Seagrim, you get it. It's like, imagine looking at a game and thinking, like just keep in mind, chat. Imagine looking at a game, right? And thinking, they're never going to change anything about fishing. Ever. They're going to leave it forever. So you can right-click in these circles. Like, they're going to fucking change something. Like that is... very clear. Got a Chimera, my first Inquisitor on Ironman the other day. Hey, GG's, dude. Nice. Change your name to Chimera RNG, dude. To Diana RNG. Silently in the background, he's got a second account that's literally, well, a third account that's legitimately called Diana RNG. Bro, locked in the username. Never, it'll forever be fishing RNG now. Honestly, fishing isn't a good enough state that they won't change it as a priority for the next few years. I think that they're going to change it in the next year. Not drastic changes, but I think that they're going to change it at least a bit in this next year. Yeah, because they're already coming out with a Guardian Slayer. They're already coming out with, like, they already have mentioned last year that they want to do and they plan to do, and they've already started to do the Great Glaciate Lake on top of that. You know what I mean? Like, there's already a couple things that have to do with a fishing-esque change in some way. There's going to be a change in some way to it, and I think that that would probably include a fishing 60 and or more changes at least to it. And that does go underneath the umbrella of a fishing change in some way. So, like, they're going to do something to it. Where did it go? Okay, let's get ourselves a little bit of Chimeras, dude. 35 minutes. We got a couple Inquisitors in that time. It's pretty okay. We do have an upped, technically up tracking from the stats. We do not have the stat apocalypse, I don't think, working right now, or the +10 tracking working. Maybe we do, actually. I don't know. Not really sure what's on or off right at this moment. But I'd rather not check, because I don't want to see that it's lower. I just assume that it's higher. Ignore that I didn't know Diana got an update. Oh, yeah, dude. Massive friggin', you know, loss there to be thinking that you're going to use the Hyperion, though, yeah. Though, I'm going to be honest, it's super friggin' good to do it without the Hyperion. I like it a lot more. I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm very glad they did what they did. It needed this for sure. Shit was a sleeper simulator as well at one point after just spamming hype on the ground forever. It just felt awful. I think the hype is slowly getting phased out of the majority of grinds in a decent way. And I'm gonna be honest, that kind of like... that tool kind of just never gets used for me. I never use it now. From how little I want to do in certain aspects of the game that would require it, now, I just never use it. It's nice. The more I can hold my Daedalus in my hand, the better, dude. That's what I want. I want the Daedalus. That's what I want to be using. You got your hype before Juju? What the hell? Bruh. God damn. God damn. Hype at 360. Like, that's definitely a lot later to get a hype too. I don't know what level I was at when I got hype. One thing I just don't remember at all. But definitely a good little ways into the profile, not too far. On Ironman even, so. It's not very hard, I'll say that. Getting a hype is really not very hard. It's just a matter of, do I care to even sit around doing floor 7, and I don't think I'll ever do it again. Like, I don't think I'll ever start a profile and say, I need to go for a Hyperion in floor 7. I don't think I'll ever do that again. Pretty friggin' certain on that one. But when I did it, I was just happy I got it at like 500 some odd total runs with the meter being used consistently. I was very happy with the Kismets that I could just like pump out. Had no goddamn bits ever because they were all in Kismets the second I could get one. All you gotta do. The tools they give you now are just incredibly free, even more so. So technically it'd be even faster than when I did it before, which was already faster by a little bit. So it's pretty damn nice. There we go. So I'm gonna get a brain food real quick, but I guess that ain't happening. Wait, I don't even know if I have the buffs unless I look at this very specific thing. Let me take a look at this. 1 second. Let's drop something else from one of these guys and see what our numbers are. High 400s to low 500s on a lot of these mobs is what we should be seeing Magic Find wise. Or just, you know, the regular, like, you know, 400 to 500 range maximum. Or I guess slightly over 500 on very specific ones, but... Yeah, I get that, Joel. I don't know, just floor 7. If you don't like it, then, you know, spending all that time to go for that, not very exciting. Melon farming a lot of the coins? Okay. Need like another 70 to 80 million or something to get myself storm armor. Yeah, it's a wee bit of time. Not too bad, to be honest. I'm assuming with the perks coming up, then, you know, you'll probably be able to just pest farm to do that. Or melon farm. Hey, pest farming? Yeah, I'm not a big fan either. I get you. You know, what I don't like about pest farming is, not even just like, okay, you can get a good amount of coins, sure, but you have to sell every fucking thing that you get. Like, every single thing that you get to add to that number. I'm not trying to do all that. I'm really not trying to do all that. Granted, if I decide to go and sell everything I have, I will have, at that point, hundreds of millions of coins more when it comes to all the farming stuff, the enchanted farming stuff. But I just don't think that I ever want to put myself in a position where every single fucking visitor that pops up, I gotta say no to. Really not feeling that. Since I still need a hell of a lot of copper. But another thing about the copper, I did end up getting the cloak. Now I have all 4 pieces of blossom. I still need to get just one more upgrade on the second greenhouse, like upgrade list or whatever for the yield. And then what else I need to do is just beyond me. I don't know. I've gotten all the chips, I guess, that would require those, but not really sure exactly what else other than just eventually Rose Dragon, or I guess that's Aquamaster as well. I'm not really sure. But, I mean, so far, okay. Someone got mythological. Hey, dude, GG's. I'm really hoping I can get the mythological die. But I also, like, you know, I did say, I'm feeling it. And I technically still could get it. I could still get it, but I'd have to get it today, you know? Winter 14th. The chance for the mythological die could go to 3x instead of the periwinkle, but the fact is, like, you know, right now I know that Hypixel's coming out tomorrow, and by that point, even though, like, you know, 2B's said to be bringing in the ritual with his chosen perk, I don't know if I'm going to be doing it necessarily. because I'll just be on hightail, but we'll see. We'll see. Yep, 9 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to go live. It drops at 10 a.m. tomorrow. EST. Look that up in your time zones by literally typing in for like the actual launch time. We're going live an hour before. But for the launch time, it'll be 10 a.m. EST. You can look that up for yourselves or go to hightail.com/countdown, I think, to see the exact time. Sweet cheeks. Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited. Stephanie. Tomorrow, I'm going to be starting stream at 9 in the morning. Just a reminder. So we're going to have to be... I'm waking up at like 7:20-ish, 7:25. So it's going to be a nice early rise tomorrow. She likes to wake up at like 8:30 or something like that. So she's going to have to go through it tomorrow. Now, I like to wake up a little bit later. I like to wake up at like 9 a.m. because I go to sleep so late. But then the dog wakes me up about 50 fucking times. So because of that, I usually like to, you know, try to get at least 6 hours, you know, in there somewhere. But the dog likes to ruin that. So we're going to, have to keep the dog off the bed tomorrow, or tonight. And, yeah, I got to go to bed at a decent time. Because after the stream tomorrow, I'm doing an offline recording session. And I'm going to continue doing that every single day until I get this thing done. I'm excited. For a video that whatever it does, but I'm going to enjoy making. I'm going to be doing a stream from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. waiting for Hightail to drop, and then from that point forward for a couple hours and me playing the game with you guys, getting into it, taking a look at it, whatever, on one thing, and then I'm going to have another offline thing that I'm going to be doing separate to that, and it'll be very good. It will be very, very, very nice. Looking forward to it. The first time in a fucking century that I just lock in and just start making a project right off the bat. And there we go. We got ourselves Chimera. 1 of 5 today before we reach, I'm pretty certain, 100 ever on Ironman. We have 4 to go. 4 to go. Let me change the title. 100 Chimera today. Wait, hold up. Let me refresh. Pretty sure I changed the title, didn't I? I'm pretty certain I did. I did not. Okay, let me do this then. There are 4 people on the YouTube side. It is always so active. We love it. Where does one do this? There we go. We do that. 96. Save. We love to see it. I don't know how many people are even on the Twitch side or the YouTube side or anything normal, but I would say the YouTube side is rather low, and then sometimes it jumps up to like 20 people, and it can stay there for like 2 hours, and it just drops right back down to 5. It's an odd situation. The algorithm decides to push it, or it decides to smother it. It's an interesting situation. I'm excited to see it. Yeah, oh my god, I'm so freaking excited. I am like... I don't think I've ever, and I mean literally ever in my life, seen a game coming out, and then from the moment that game comes out, instantly have a project that I want to start and record and edit and upload. Ever. Just because I never really, like, you know, got into a situation where that would make sense. But now it makes sense that I try. No, I don't want to know. I don't care to know. If I cared to know, I would keep it up showing myself, Joltik. That's just, it's not important. Plus, the Twitch viewer count, there's a problem with it. That's just inevitably going to fucking, you know, just ruin everyone's fucking, you know, stuff forever. Where if you guys don't have Twitch Enhancer and you guys don't look at the actual chat list, the actual viewer count is far lower 90% of the time. Like sometimes it'll say there are 10 people in the stream, well, 15 to 20 are like typing something out, talking and doing something at a little while. It'll jump up to then say 30, where the actual view count's 48. It makes no fucking sense. All right, so I just don't bother even looking at it now. It bugs me too much if I stare at it, so. No streamer needs to know their viewer count at all. We just need to chill. Enjoy ourselves. I'm here to entertain whoever's here. And that is all that matters. Most important thing is that his favorite viewer, me, is here. Hey, listen, we don't play favorites here, but I definitely think that I have, if anything, not like if I'm going to label anyone, I would say the most unhinged. We have a couple of them, and I think that the scariest, most unhinged individuals would be Cybird, number one. A little bit worth, I think, labeling him as that. That's all I'm gonna say. Genuinely terrifying. Oh damn, 500k away from just getting that. I guaranteed wool right there. 100% guarantee it for sure. I would say if anyone is like, you know, at the top of the GOAT list right now, it's always Gentle, dude. That man is like always finding his way in here for at least a moment every single day, if not for a good couple hours. We love to see that. That man, like, he was at the last time we saw a 55 stream streak. Just because that's when the stream streaks became a thing for everybody. Which is pretty cool. Cybird because of the... No, Cybird is a scary individual. It doesn't matter about that. We even get in a call with him, and the dude is just constantly looking to to attack somebody, dude. Not in like a bad way. But, dude, he's been around since Trials. He came out during Trials, and he was out on the YouTube side and Twitch, whatever. Just in general, yes, he's a juicer, for sure. Literally the highest amount of love I've seen from any one individual person, which is insane. But as a whole, he definitely likes chaos. That is just his thing. He loves chaos. Let's think of Phasmophobia. I'm not a fan of it. It's not a scary game in any form, so I don't necessarily enjoy it. I think that for what the game is, it is definitely good at the type of game that it's supposed to be. I just think that having zero aspect of horror in a horror game just completely makes no sense to me. I don't think it's good. He came out to the stream. All right, listen, buddy. We're not all lost in the brain. But yeah, it was very much so not enjoyable for me. So I just moved on from it, refunded it. Yo, Softness, how you doing? Came on the stream. I mean, to be fair, he did use the yogurt drip multiple times. So that's not even an untrue statement. Yay. How you doing today, Softness? In the kick side. Fellas vibing on the kick side. Doing good. How about you? I'm chilling, dude. Just looking for the last 4 books now. Before we reach the 100 on Ironman ever. Which is pretty fucking awesome. I actually don't know if that's entirely true. There might be a single less. So I might now be 5 away and had 6 that I needed to go for. But I'm pretty certain it was that. I'll have to double check that once we get to the second last one, so I don't get like too hyped up and then be like, oh, oops. But to be fair, another thing on top of that shit, even if I did, that's still an odd, like, you know, amount to have. Like, it's like, you know, every 16 matters. I don't want to have like, you know, a Chimera 3 and then all the rest are 5s to make that, you know what I mean? I think that's a little sad. But you get me. You get me. We're getting there. We're getting close. Oh yeah, but anyone here decent at making you know, interesting thumbnails with like, you know, like Blender or something like that with like custom things? Anyone possibly? I want to get like a really interesting looking hightail stream thumbnail that I can use for any time I'm streaming hightail. I would love to do that. I need to like make one for that. I don't even want to try to get into that. Every time I try to do something that I haven't done in like forever, it just doesn't go well for too long. So Joltik says, I have less artistic skills than an amputated chimpanzee. You know what? I feel you, I think. I feel you. Speaking of, chat, anyone seen Primate? And can rate it out of 10? Because last night, instead of seeing that with a group of people, we went out for like a dinner or whatever. I got everyone involved. My sister and her fiance, my older sister and her fiance anyways, were wanting to go out on like a little double date with Stephanie and I, right? Just go and have like a nice dinner chat, hang out. And then I was like, all right, instead of doing that, how about I invite now, like, there's going to be 8 of us, because that's, you know, why not? You know, let's double the party size. Like, fuck it. So I got everyone, you know, out to dinner, and then we went out to see Avatar: Fire and Ash, and it was a great movie. Yet again, Avatars do not miss. It's genuinely fucking incredible. But, yeah, instead of seeing Primate, we saw that. Though it was like 3.5 hours, it felt like. I don't know exactly what the time frame was, but it was roughly that amount. And it was incredible. But then Primate, every time I see ads for it, or like the trailer for it, or whatever, promotions for it, in any way, it looks so corny, dude. Like, they try to show off, like, you know, we couldn't find a single person in the theater who wasn't shaking, or like who didn't jump, and it's like they're showing like a whole bunch of actors just pretending to be extremely scared of everything in the movie ever. I'm like, you must have straight up said, who here is literally terrified of the lights being turned off inside of their room? Please come out and watch this horror movie so we can record everybody here, but I need you to be the most animated personality possible. Thank you very much. Will pay. And then they said, all right, this is the average theater. Like, no, it's not. Like, no, it's fucking not. There's going to be like 1 or 2 people who jump. Everyone else is going to go. It's some scaries about that. Oh, yeah, no, there it went. Yep, it happened. Oh, the monkey. Oh, yeah, it's yelling. Oh, yep. Oh, she's dead. Okay. Like, okay. You know, we've seen this kind of movie many times, but, you know, it's fine. So I don't really know if it's scary or not, but I've heard it's good, but I don't really care for Avatar. Okay, no, Avatar is incredible. That's just it is very good. From someone who's seen all of it, very, very good. But Primate, anyone here seen that? Maybe, possibly. I'm definitely not going to go to theaters to see that, because it does not look like it's going to be good enough. But I keep hearing that it's very scary. Though, again, I think that the reason they say that is because of the ads trying to say, one of the scariest movies of the year. The scariest movie of the year. One of the most horrifying experiences of the entire year. You know, it's just, they always say that about, like, everything. Bro, people think that Smile and Smile 2 are actually scary. Like, buddy. There's no fucking way in hell you think that that is a scary movie. I'm like, buddy, if anyone walks up to you and smiles and you're scared of that, help yourself to a little bit of therapy. That's all I gotta say. I got a lot of money thinking about getting into farming. Is that a good idea? I mean, if you want to be into farming on a regular, you can make an okay amount. On an Ironman, you can make a less than okay amount, but definitely not a terrible amount. But then mining's like slightly better, just, you know, it's slightly better or much better depending on your setup, and then just a little bit more effort in my opinion. It's okay. But on a regular, yeah, I don't know exactly how much you're going to make. I just know that there's a lot of videos on that would probably be able to give you a better answer than what I could. I really don't know. This says based on a true story. I'm like, yeah, there was a true story back in the day where people had a monkey, and it had eventually, where we all could have guessed, it got hit with some natural instincts. Oh my God, this human, it's not one of us. It's not my kind. I need to get out of here. It's holding me and putting me in shirts and diapers and showing me off to their human friends. This ain't my house. Beats the shit out of them. But it legitimately ripped its owner's face off. They're wild animals. Like, their natural instincts are going to be very primal and insane. So, like, that's their true story that, like, all these different movies are based on. But that's what happened. It was like, I'm pretty sure they used them as like a show monkey, like like an actor or whatever. Like, they would constantly put it on camera and try to train it to, like, make money off of movies, right? And eventually it legitimately ripped off its owner or trainer's face in a fit of, like, terror or something. Like, it got scared and it started trying to defend itself, but went a little bit ballistic. Because, like, it makes sense. Not ripping the face off, but, like, losing its shit. Because, like, that is not what they're meant to be doing. Like, domesticated animals, and then there's a fucking monkey. Like a monkey that is strong enough to throw a human. Like, what are you doing? Story behind, the crying boy. No. I'm not sure what that is. It was also addicted to Xanax? Wait, they got it addicted to Xans? Well, that explains more. Let's give it drugs, too. Let's give this primal creature some drugs and then, you know, force it to obey all commands and say, it'll never go wrong. Like, what the fuck? There's some things you just don't do, and that's very clearly one of them. So if you know... Obviously, I'm not, like, going to sound very, I'm going to probably sound insensitive, but it's kind of on, you know, it's on you if you're putting a fucking literal, you know, wild, primal, friggin' just very strong, very, I would honestly say most monkeys are, like, borderline schizophrenic, dude. I swear to God. Have you ever seen a monkey with a mirror in front of it? Like a wild gorilla or whatever. Like, dude, they are interesting, dude. Like, they're interesting. So I feel like it's on those people. Like, they deserve whatever kind of bullshit they got to deal with. But getting your face ripped off is definitely not ideal. All right, we can all agree on that. Kind of a tough situation. A little bit of an oops. Ideally, it just punches you in the face and runs away, and then it gets out and it goes back to live with its homies. But, like, I think that that's a fairy tale land, you know? You know what? It probably saw Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Got ideas. I quite like my face. Might not look good, but I need it. Yeah, I feel that, bro. I feel that. It's like, I kind of need my face, too. You know, sometimes I look at it and I'm, oh. But it is a necessary part of my body that I really can't go without. I think that if one day I wake up and I don't have a face anymore, it might be a bit of a problem. Of like, you know what? Shouldn't be here anymore. Only difference, you're a handsome, sweet pea. Bro, you're... I appreciate the compliment. I appreciate the love. However, I don't know if I would say that I'm a handsome, sweet pea. More like I'm at least not visually 97 yet. And I think that that's pretty cool. All right, maybe I got like a year or two before I hit that. But I appreciate the love regardless. It's very cool. Also, I am now 52 minutes late to doing the cheers from Fatal Instincts because it now just updated. I had a problem with the dashboard. It was showing the same thing where the clips leaderboard, Power 16 is a new top clipper because I wasn't online for multiple days. It showed that was 2 minutes ago. And then it said Frostburn, who followed 4 days ago, was 2 minutes ago. Now it shows. So cheers. And Marcel with the 7 stream streak. It is now working. Nice. Cheers. Cheers. We love to see it. If someone else wants to use some sort of thing, I don't know, like a prime sub gifted, or a fucking cheers, or a welcome, or whatever it is, the entry fee, or what, anyone have anything they want to use, or any Twitch alert, I'll see if it's fully good to go, and then we'll go off that. I just want to make sure it's not like 100% off. I might even be wrong, but 53 minutes ago seems realistic since we have been live for an hour, so I feel as though it should be fine. Oh, for TTS, if you guys want to use bits, it's technically, I mean, it's just $1 or 100 bits, or a gifted sub will, well, not a gift sub, a resub. A resub will do it as well, or a new sub, or whatever, those all do it. Yeah, 100 biddies, yeah, it's $1. $1 for TTS is, the minimum, because, you know, setting it to like 50 cents and someone could just double spam a fucking 50 center to just say something wild. $1 single is a decent thing for an alert that talks. Couldn't find a single person who didn't watch the Voxy legit reaction to HYPIXEL trailer. Dude, I saw that trailer video went up to a solid 20 views, and then I looked at it again and it was at like 100, and then it just flatlined, and I'm like, okay, well that's cool. I'm like, what the fuck was that? But it is what it is. Like, it doesn't bother me. I'm just like, okay, well, why would you flatline? Why don't you have like a natural curve to it, or just let it go? That was odd. I thought that was pretty weird, but like, it is what it is. I don't care exactly how many people are watching those, as long as there are people watching the videos and enjoying them. Which no one comments, really. Hey, if I could ask you guys for any sort of love over there, comment your thoughts, dude. I would love to see that. Hey, y'all, we got 100 biddies.
Hello, baby cakes. What's cooking good looking?
Damn. Bro said baby cakes. I would never say baby cakes in my life. Never in my life organically, other than this scenario. Not even one time ever. Literally impossible. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Appreciate you, brother. You would never, yeah, never in my life. You still have the clip? I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Never seen it before in my life. The mod 2 days ago, and I started that vid. Hey, appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I've been very much so enjoying just, like, you know, over on there, just dicking around, making some, like, you know, chill content, like very chill content. I think it's always super important to have an outlet where nothing matters and you just upload whatever you feel, exactly how you want to do it, and then just say, all right, doesn't matter what happens here. Though it kind of does matter what happens there, because I would like to see hitting like 500 or 1k subs over there eventually. So if you guys want to do YT, go to the More Voxy channel and hit the friggin' sub button and stuff. I would actually very much so appreciate it, because you're going to see all sorts of, like, you know, content over there that's chill, relaxed, and you're going to see, like, you know, some probable variety. Fun fact, picture the Prime, what was a set of the most well-known children's series in Israel, and between the 4th and 5th season, they decided to burn the entire set, and were unable to burn the entire set. Wait, hold up. It moved as I was reading it. Unable to burn the entire picture, so that's the only thing that remained throughout 9 seasons of the series. Ah, that's interesting for sure. I've never heard of that before right now, so that's pretty cool. Let's go. I'm gonna be honest, there's some people who, like, believe in something like that being like some sort of paranormal situation, or like something weird and crazy, but there are just some things that refuse to burn, and then more so just very lightly, like, start melting. because of what's used on it, just kind of hardens it and, like, if anything, the heat just kind of makes it more like of a rock texture than it does do anything else. It kind of cooks it instead of just, destroys it. So it's interesting. Yeah, type of oil that can't be burned. Yeah, there you go. That's neat. People will see stuff like that, be like, oh my god. It's like, their superstitions come out like, oh my god, this thing is, you gotta exercise the, you gotta do an exorcism on the painting. Oh my god, it won't burn. Be like, oh, well, you could also just look at what's being used on it, but that's cool. I was like, you're getting there. Gonna be in the next movie of the Conjuring spin-off, I guess. They're gonna get that. Just thinking about the one where Prince Philip is chasing that broke kid. Also, the shots. How you doing? Shots of Legends. Shot time, baby. Oh my god. That reminds me. Got up in the city with it. The end event works for someone who's never really done it. So you start off once Aura's gone, obviously, because you can't do it right now, given the fact that the devs or admins will not add Diana as like an NPC where they're supposed to. Normally, the mayor would come through, event would be here. You'd be able to buy the tier 1 version of this spade, and the pet that is the common version of the griffin. And then in doing so, you can grind by going to these burrows and right-clicking them or left-clicking them, and either killing the mobs or getting the treasure. So you do that, and then you right-click, and it shows you where the next one is. I have a mod that shows me a waypoint. And in doing so, you get different drops and different items and coins and other things that, like, you can use to upgrade to higher versions of each tool and pet, get different armors and all this stuff. So it's a whole event that has an entire, like, weapons set, armor set, equipment set, pet, whole bunch of other things like accessories, other mob variants, and different rare drops worth money or just worth good, bits of upgrade XP wise and all that stuff. So it's a pretty interesting event that can happen whenever the perk mythological ritual pops up. So it's pretty freaking cool. I'm at like the high point of what you can do with it, but I just do it solo instead of in a party where you could just have like 6 people in a party, 1 person spawns, 5 people loot share on the rare mobs. I'm just doing it like this because I just want to get coins. So this thing that gets coins and gets stronger can keep going up and up and up to 1 billion to be maxed out for each digit, giving you a bonus. So it's pretty cool. That's about the gist of it. That's about it. People can make billions from this event. Because there was a picture of so many homes in Europe and the time houses would burn like a field of thorns, so people said the picture was cursed because it would always... Yeah, it's wild. A lot of people just instantly jump to that. It is wild. People forget, how different things can act in different ways. Dude, it finally happened. 141 own king spawn, 486 total. Took 160 hours of Diana V2 to get my wool. Hey, yo, GG's, dude. GG's. Not bad, my brother. My brother, man, pal, gamer, dude. Jesus. 160 hours. Was that legit just 10 sessions for you? I finally start my farming arc now. Enjoy. Enjoy it, dude. Nah, it was over a month. Over a month. That's still a lot for 1 month. I'm gonna be 100% honest. Like, that is a fucking lot. But it is what it is. I mean, I spent like that amount of time streaming roughly, and then I just did a whole bunch of random shit. But I guess, yeah, if this is the one thing you want to do, really not too scary. Got mad strays. Well, I've been pretty outspoken about like how I think that some of you guys are a little unhinged, but it's not like I think you guys are losers for doing it. I'm a loser for doing what I do sometimes, technically, but I do a lot of things that are just really just stupid. I sat down and legit watched from the moment it came out every single fucking episode of the different parts of each, of like Stranger Things in one single sitting as they came out. No matter how long it was. So At the end of the day, we're all a little bit ridiculous in our own ways. Working on Crown at the same time, up 700 mil at the moment, but I can come back to it later. Not bad, dude. I myself am actually just closing in on 400 mil since I got mine. Like, you know, probably I think on the later end of the 3rd minister cycle. So I have the basic tool and legendary griffin. Where do you think I should go from there to get into this event? I mean, I would just start going up, trying to get your tool, like your spade, get that up to the maximum, get to tier 3, because then you can start getting like mythos fragments, braided griffin feathers, you know, those things. The griffin feathers don't assume you're gonna see; they're very rare. But the fragments, they're less rare when you get to the tier 3, so they're more common where you want those, because that's what a lot of the upgrades need a lot of. So I would say do that. Then work on getting, obviously, like, you know, the griffin up a little bit and get, like, the armor, I would say. Then I would start working towards the legendary, once you get yourself, you know, the Daedalus blade, I would then go to mythic. And I think that that's pretty good. But, yeah, I would say try to get the challenger set and the sword, whatever the base tier is, as early as possible as well, after you max out the spade. Armor last. I mean, yeah, armor last for a lot of people is not bad if you already have a very good armor set. But if you're new, that's not going to be the case. So I think that, like, for new people, they should definitely be doing armor after the spade. Yeah. So depending on who's asking, the armor is definitely something you can just skip out on for a while. For sure. Yeah, I was at a similar state as you, so that's pretty good. Good old burning. What is going on? And like for the fellow who's asking, like right now, like even at this point, I still have, you know, Mythos armor. Crown of Avarice obviously being very good, but Crown of Greed if not, and then if the Mythos helmet was all you had and you could survive with that better, then do that. And then, you know, Daedalus Blade, Griffin, all that stuff, like, you know, just you stick with it. It's very, very, very useful. Especially the magic find on it. Oh my god. No more swapping to Sorrow armor, chat. That is such a good thing to see. Yeah, the shovel, yeah. The spade. The Diafix spade. And then eventually you can make an erudite with the reforge as well. Justify. Yeah, everything's gonna like eventually just get more and more and more and more updates, and they're doing really well. It's just for people who've been here for a long period of time and just kept playing, it doesn't really feel like a whole lot's been done in a whole, you know, a lot of time. But when you come back to it, if you haven't played it for like a year, even 6 months, sometimes like, you know, a couple of years later, it just a lot has changed. Like, especially with the Galatea hunting and all that. Thanks for the info. I'm going to give it a try. No worries, brother. Happy to help. Happy to help. Appreciate the follow, my man. The match font is very close in solo with Legion if you're in a party. Oh, wait, hold up. So you still open equipment menu and swap chest, legs, and boost to Sorrow. Match font does scale. Oh, yeah, yeah, fuck all that. I don't think it's necessary to even do that, personally. But then again, I'm an Ironman, so I don't have, like, the chase for money everywhere. It's always like, I'm just going to get what I get, and then I can only sell a few items. I definitely see the benefit once I, like, look at, oh, I could sell a Chimera book, and now all those drops are actually worth something. But to me, this 3 million coin drop is worth 10 times more than a Chimera in terms of, like, profile value. Which is pretty funny. Given the fact that it's legit worth, like, 39 million right now to get a book, technically. Yeah, 6 mil coin drop is legit, like, just, it's gold. It just incredible, dude. My God. I'm just using this. I should probably technically try to get a little bit more coins, but I don't know. Something about this is just feels wrong to not use like what I'm using. It really does. I don't like that, but because what would it give? Like plus 5% more if I used one more piece? I was using 2/4 and getting the same amount using 4/4 now. Wait, you're getting the same amount as you were when you only had... It's funny, I got the fleece and word to see if I'd get back-to-back wool, then put it away for the 4/4 mythic equipment. Ah, got you. Wait, so... I mean, technically, I do get 10% more if I swap over. If I just use the other two pieces of equipment. So, technically... I should do so, but, yeah. Yeah, my coins were the same. Oh. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's the thing. I'll give it a little try. Hold up. Mythological. We'll give him a go real quick. Yeah, reduces damage by a bit. You know, you get the plus 20% more coins from... Oh, it's only from killing mythological mobs. Oh, yeah, no, fuck that. I didn't notice that at first. Yeah, fuck that. You don't gain anything from killing mobs. You gain nothing. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, I thought that it would be the burrows when she said that, but no, I see. Yeah, slight misreading on that would definitely change the way you look at it by far. Yeah, from killing the mobs? Nah, I'm okay. I'm okay, dude. Hell no. That's so stupid. Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't just have it set to plus 20% from, like, just burrows and everything about it. What the hell? That's some bullshit, dude. We're just gonna put those away forever. Why do I justify? All right, can I please get me a 6 mil coin drop sometime today? Damn. I was expecting a brain food right there from Ferocity, but it stopped at 2.2 mil. Unfortunately. And also, let me take a look at this. 32 hours. We're all good over there. Okay, we're chilling. We're chilling. I don't think there's anything else I want to consume or do or anything. Actually, let me double check this thing. I haven't looked at this in a while. Oh, it's at +5. Nice. And this is at 12.4. I don't care about that. That doesn't matter to me at all. I will say, though, less tracking means faster burrows and more treasures per hour. That's true. However, I am almost at 100 chimeras on Ironman finally, so I have to stick with this. Because it gives me a side quest. Yeah. Yeah, a little side quest to keep the brain a little bit into it when it's really not that exciting as a whole. Fucking yikes, dude. Yikes, my man. Chad, I don't know if any of you guys here are exactly into the Diana event or whatever, but how many books have you guys dropped ever on Iron Man, preferable, like, numbers wise? Wildfire, I'm going to guess you dropped to like 300 plus. I'm going to be honest, I believe that very much so. Just over 100 from Aura alone. Oh, shit, also, chat, when did they bring in? So how many hours have they been here now? Like, the ministers. You can get it? Oh, hell yeah, let's go. Since Aura's been here, I don't know exactly if this thing's been tracking the entire time, but if I look at this and I go, oh, 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 and I go to this mayor, total, 73 times. I don't know how long I'm assuming just since I swapped to having this specific mod on this version. It's because I've dropped obviously more than that, given you guys could see I have 4, 5 Chimera 5s. Actually, no, this is perfect time for me to check this right now. 1 second. This is a very good time for me to check this. Okay, NPC cell. This session. Okay. All right, let me go check over here. So, if I search in here, Chimera. So we have, that's 64 Chimeras, because Chimera 5, 5, 5, and 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Jesus Christ. Here we go. Here we go, chat. Yeah. So that right there, that makes it 96. Because you go Chimera 5 times, that's then plus another one that brings it to 96. Because it goes 80, then 16 more, 96. So I do need 4 more. I was right. So we have 2 bonus Chimera 5s, 4 tools with Chimera 5, and we're working on getting Chimera 4 more times to get a grand total of 100. So we are on the dot. It is not. It is 4 away. Jeez, yeah, there's a lot. But then again, like the amount of time that I've been doing this stuff over the years, just because there's really not a whole lot that I find mega exciting in terms of progression on Ironman at the moment, but all the progression I've had to go through, and I still have more bestiary technically, given the update dropped more. I will have more than that 100 mark by a good amount, because I still have, you know, all of this to go. But when it comes to Inquisitors that show up on this, I'm at 2,034. It's not too bad. Especially now that we have the helmet that we have and all the other stuff that we have. I mean, our magic find is pretty goddamn good. Would be very nice if they would just come over, you know, to the side of, you know, the old VOXY stream and say, hey, you know what? We're just gonna give you another plus 100 magic find. You know, just why not? Let's just give him some more. You know, it's not gonna happen, but you know, that'd be cool. You have just over double, so probably have like a good 250 to 300. I think that's probably essentially what you have. But wait, you dropped 150 total lifetime. What? That's it? No way. What the hell? I don't know if that's... I don't know. What? I don't know if that's... I don't know. Most of the book's been after V2. Do you just have like a really bad setup early on or something? Oh, you only had a Chimera 4 before V2. Oh, okay, got you. So not like a bad setup, but you definitely didn't have like, you know, a jacked up setup. Got you, okay. That's still very nuts though. All right, here we go. Yeah, I've been rocking the friggin' Looting 5, Chimera 5 for a while. The Chimera 5 for a hell of a long time. Max bestiary for a hell of a long time. Oh my, can I just... There we go. Damn. Give me a 6 miller, brother. Come on, let's get it. I had fragged it before V2 or like one event that I had. Got you. Okay, I see. Well, it's kind of interesting to see that you have that much and whatever. So I do have a pretty good amount of time that I've played, but a lot of that time's been played with pretty well the same magic find until just Aura came out, and then boom, we started dropping much more. I think since Aura's been here, I've probably dropped like at least a third of all of my books, or just around a third of all my books. Not any more than third, I think. Yeah, I would say, I'm just going to say, you know, maximum 33, somewhere in the 20s. That's my guesstimation. What mods am I using? So I have all my mods inside of Discord if you guys want to go look at them. Same thing with the texture pack and all that, but not everything's listed since my dumbass just kept on forgetting to add the last little bit. So the only thing that might not be listed would be maybe Sky Tills or Sky Hanny. That's pretty well the only thing that might not be listed there. What lies on its back 100 feet in the air? What lies on its back 100 feet in the air? I don't know, a cloud? Doesn't really lie on its back, though, but I mean... I guess someone could argue. A dead centipede. Oh, shit. That makes sense, yep. R.I.P. Yo, what's up, Tom? Saturn, how you doing, dude? What's up, what's up? Is Badlion good or not? It's okay. I would say if you're trying to get into doing anything, if you really don't want to set up stuff yourself or whatever, then I would say the best bet is to use Lunar. For Skyblock anyways. I'm good, and you? I'm doing pretty good, my man. I'm just excited for some 4 more possible Chimera drops to get me to 100 ever on Ironman, but also hightail tomorrow. So we're chilling in a good mood, just vibing. Had a nice weekend. Can't be complaining on my end. Combat 40, should I do this or not? Maybe. I mean, like, it's a good way to get some combat. Not, like, incredible, but it's okay. Bestiary's there, so there's that. But there's a lot you can do to progress in this, and it's just about getting all the tools needed and then slowly upgrading them all. So, doesn't really matter where you start, to be honest. Just don't try to go too high too fast. Yo, GG's on the core, my god. I got a whole 2 on Ironman, but it took me like 1.1 million. The first one was like just 950k, and then the second one was right after 1 mil, so I was just sad. Full meter for my first core on Ironman was absolutely tragic. I couldn't imagine how long it would have taken, chat, if I just didn't use the meter to get the secondary after getting the first, because I assumed the first would have dropped from the loot share. To fight mobs in the Diana event, you have to have the Griffin on. That is a must. Now, if you don't have it and you're on Ironman, you cannot get it during Aura's Mayor rotation, so it's ending very soon. And within a couple of days, it's technically going to end. Right here. 1 day, 20 hours, I'm pretty sure. That is also very much so the easiest answer possible, because you need to equip it. That is also very true. You have a legendary? You have a legendary Griffin? Do you have the requirements, maybe, if there are any, for a legendary Griffin? Didn't you say you were like rather, I don't know, like rather new to the event? If you're new, I would not be using a legendary. Oh, a common spawn. Oh, okay, so I just swap lobbies then. Having a legendary griffin. I don't know. Or did you get yourself a legendary griffin upgrade stone or something? I'm not really sure. Yo, what's up, Lucky? Howdy, howdy. I'm using complimentary reimagined for Iris on 1.20, 1.5. I don't normally use them, but like, I don't know why. So I just said, screw it. I'm going to put them on today. Make it look a little nicer. Definitely a nice addition. I should probably make a shaders command. Let's do that. Shaders. Complementary. Let me just do this actually. Hold up. Let me do this. Options. Video. Shader packs. Open shader pack folder. Boom. For Iris on MC version 1.21.5. There we go. I'll set up a link to go get it, I think, maybe at some point. But I'll also have it in my Discord, so I'll probably just link it to that, because, you know... Oh, I clicked Enderman. But yeah. Oh, damn. Look at that. 600k. Could have had a brain food. Ferocity hit would have been great, brother. Would have been pretty good. But the old complimentary, dude. I am a fan of this one. I am a little bit... I would say... unsure exactly how to tweak all settings inside of it to make it like a little bit less than crazy vibrant during the day, and I'll probably do that if I continue to use it, but I'll have to look that up because there's a lot of settings I just don't really feel like doing it, but there is a lot that is a little bit insane. The brightness is a bit nuts at times. It's okay for right now though. That's one issue with this. Like, if I was to go to, let's say, the end right now, I feel like that place would be a little bit crazy. Let me try that, actually. Let's go drag. This might be one of those situations. No, it looks good. Normally, like, you come down to places like this, and it's just a crazy wall of, you know, just darkness and fog. Then Isles. Let's see what Isles looks like. Any day now? That's kind of wild. This place just grows into a more visible area, but right now it's just a giant fucking orange wall. Everywhere it's not loaded. Also pretty interesting looking. Shaders are interesting on stuff like this. Ooh. Got someone breaking the whole forest down, dude. I'm actually a big fan of it not having any trees there. I would like if someone just continuously did that and never stopped. Back to the booth. We talking business. All right, get a little bit of monies. What are we at? 384.99. 1.5 hours in. Went up from 365 to here. Not very good. Not terrible, but not very good. I'd like to see that, like, already at 390 or more. But I did say, I was like, you know, if I get the 4 Chimeras, it's mainly my goal, but I'm hoping to get to just 400 mil. That is the hope. In that time. But since I wasn't on for like 3 days in a row, like I just chilling offline, just doing some actual, like, you know, hanging out with the fiance, the pupper, going to see some friends and family and whatever, just the siblings and the homies and all that, having good food, watching a movie, doing whatever. It's very good. Though, there's really no, like, oh, dude, I'm nice and refreshed. I can get back into just going crazy and enjoying every second of skyblocking. It really doesn't happen now. The only thing I'm, like, super looking forward to isn't even this. It's hightail. Like, very much so looking forward to that tomorrow. But the skyblocking, it doesn't necessarily get exciting because you weren't online for a couple of days. Definitely not. The fragment. Oh, also, what am I at right now? Let's check this. I haven't checked this in a little bit. Wow, 39 out of 150 for the third goated. Wow. Should probably check to see about that, you know, hitting its next growth stage. Oh, move. All right, to the garden. I want to see. It's either very soon or it just happened. I'm really hoping that it is just very, very soon. Oh my god, look how incredibly lucky we are. Look at how incredibly lucky we are, chat. We got 4. Now only 4 hours after that, we're going to get another couple, dude. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, look at that incredible luck we just got. 0 vines. Let's go and check the other one, guys. Let's go check this one over here. 1 and 2. 3. Whoa. You shouldn't have. So thoughtful. You're so thoughtful. Okay. There we go. Whoa. Hold up. Wow. Look at that, dude. Whoa. Greenhouse update. Let's get it. Whoa. So exciting. How many Minotaur to Daedalus? To drop a Daedalus, it's depending on your own magic find, but the actual drop chance you can see when you look at the stuff inside of like the wiki or the actual bestiary stuff itself tells you the actual chance for it. It's very, very much so important to like look at your own drop rates, but just up your magic find as much as you can, up your bestiary, you get more chance for it and all that good stuff. But it's the Daedalus stick drops that you're looking to get. Good old greenhouse doing absolutely nothing within multiple hours straight of just waiting and waiting, and then you get multiple hours straight of waiting to get literally nothing again. You love to see it, dude. You really do. Truly nothing more exciting. A souvenir. Holy crap, what a wonderful time. Espresso. I think I'm smelling a Chimera soon, dude. I mean, we do want to see one, like, per hour at least on average. That is for sure. Oh. Maybe my sniffer's doing its friggin' work, you know what I'm saying? Can you just stop running in a fucking wide circle? Just chill. Okay, nothing at all. That's cool. That's awesome, dude. Thank you so much. What a great time. $10 hours, 2 chimeras, and 0. Talking about dataless stick again. Do you? Is there like actually a fucking hilt or something? Am I? Yeah, the old stick. I mean, yeah, it's going to take a while depending on your magic find. You probably, like, you know, go 2 events straight without getting a single dataless stick. I mean, if you don't have incredible magic find or a high looting or whatever, like, you know, it's going to take a while, but they're all very important things to look at, you know? Like, how many burrows have you dug out? What's your magic find, your looting, your bestiary? What's your setup like, you know? How often are you going to see them depending on your legendary or epic or mythic or whatever it is you're going after? Or, you know, all these things, they all have different drop chances too. It's going to take a while. You have multiple events with nothing, and then you'll eventually get, you know, them a little bit more common, and then a little bit more common, and then a little bit more common as you go and upgrade more and more and more. Yeah, getting a Chimera is 100% going to happen more frequently, for sure. It's a little stupid to me that there are, you know, 1 million coins for a dataless stick, if that's the case. It's just, like, since that's the case, but, yeah. Well, it's just how it's made. It's not made to be, like, you know, an instant, you know, let's just drop it all right now, you know? Speaking of, there's a dataless stick. I didn't have the ferocity hit, so that's not my high magic find, but I've got one from today's grind. And that's with the low end at 446 magic find, not with the ferocity strike giving me more. Since obviously the thing's bugged, but it's pretty good. I want to know exactly how many I've dropped ever, but let's just look at this. I have killed 17,229. So there's a little bit of, you know, a little bit of the numbers there. 17,000 Minotaurs. So I'll get them more frequently because of all the extra bonuses, but if they just don't want to drop, they don't want to drop. Man, my Vang luck is ass. I did 3 whole fiestas with 0 Vangs. My God. You have like the tree set up 4 more Vang chance, right? I've had some pretty bad luck in the past too, but it's not like very consistent. Yeah, dude, that's pretty tough though. That is pretty tough. Goodness gracious. Exactly, dude. That's wild stuff. 7 hours of playtime with no Vang is not ideal, but unfortunately happens, clearly. No Jasper either. Yeah, not getting either of that is kind of wild, but I don't know. Do you have all of your slots, you know, taken up with the crystals, though? Every single one? Imagine it's got a back-to-back dataless after all that. That'd have been crazy. Not really, but I'm not even getting crystal shafts. Well, I mean, well, there's one good thing. If you're not getting all your Vanguard stuff to pop up right now, it's best to crystal lock. Like, you know, you want to get all those gemstone crystals, every single one of them, so you don't have a chance of that taking one of your, like, you know. Oh, there we go. We have now 3 more to go. 3 more to go. I'm gonna change the YouTube title now. We're now at 97 out of 100 ever on Ironman. 97 out of 100 is now the number. We are moving and grooving. You want all the crystals and all that. Well, I mean, you can get the original ones, at least, you know, just by doing a nucleus run. And then by looking through and trying to find that, you know, Jasper one, I guess, also from whatever place you get that. However, just, yeah, I don't know. That's unfortunate. I don't know how the hell you have that kind of luck. That's pretty shit. I don't think that... I think there's also a chance, and I'm not saying that you don't know what they look like, but I feel as though there's a chance you don't know what they look like. That's all I'm saying. Bro is just like looking at the crystal shafts, crystal. What the fuck? Crisp apples. He's looking at the shafts and saying, it's probably not it. Just leaving. He's like, it doesn't look right. Leaves. Alloy in 150, 142. I mean, alloy during aura, because it's twice as common, if not more, apparently. Some people believe it's more so common than that. So. Not too hard to believe that, you know, people are getting them in, like, less than 100 even nowadays without really being that surprised. Something about it just seems a little bit fucked. If it runs max during aura, well, shit, dude. That's still pretty damn good, though. You got that. At least it's going to take, like, a little less time for the shitty one, and then Vang, you can just... I would say Vanguard, like, getting the actual locket is the shittiest drop in the entire fucking game. Like, it is way too annoying. Like, just far too annoying. I hated going for mine, but... Thank God I got mine at 66. I was very happy about that. I got my shit all maxed out in the tree and everything I could do to make it easier and all that together. I got lucky enough to get it. And it took me then another multiple, probably like fucking 15 sessions of looking through, 15 or 20 different sessions of looking through to try to find a single upgrade for that crappy pet later on. Just stupid as hell. So going for, like, you know, the corpse... looting garbage. I hate that, but I hope for you it doesn't take too many. Possible pity for it. I mean, yeah, I would definitely wait then. Because I don't think that the Vanguard is buffed in any form at all. I don't think there's a single thing that buffs the Vanguards in any form right now. Because I don't think tracking has anything to do with that. And that's the only thing I could think of. Yeah, we do have the bonus. Okay, we're at 533 on those guys. So the Inquisitors are a pretty good amount. If only I can get, like, a, you know... get, like, an actual Ferocity Swipe Magic Find hit on the Inquisitor. That'd be nice. See what the number's at, brother. Oh, we got a 6 mil drop, putting us 392.5 total. We love to see it. You love to see that shit. Hell yes. The simple things like that are nice. Okay, come on. Fuck, dude. What are the ferocity hits, man? What are we doing? Not a single one has died from ferocity. I swear. Not one. Yeah, we love the 6 mil drops. We love them more than anything. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think there's anything in Diana that I want more than either. Actually, I would say there are 2 things I want more, and that is for the craziness of a periwinkle die and a mythological die to both happen during this time, because periwinkle is 3x and we get runic mobs all the time. But I want the mythological die. That's, you know, only thing I want more, though. Only 2 things. Big gifts from the party. Yeah, I get that too. I would get that before you go for Vanguard for sure. Anything that can help your Vanguards, do it. Or any corpse, for that matter. Any of them at all, because you have a chance to get a whole bunch of good stuff. Cocoon and Max Crown fix. Yeah, dude, we need these things fixed for sure. I don't know why the hell we're not seeing any sort of notification about that. Like, why they should say something about their timeline there, because they need fixing. The mythological, you know, mob kill with the golden dragon needs to be fixed, because that's literally just nerfing the shit out of us on the majority of what we do for something that we specifically, you know, spent what, like 21,000 I think bits to have. And then also like 500+ million coins on getting the pet, and then all the time on maxing the pet, and then getting everything else for the pet, and it's like, oh, you know what, let's just do nothing. Like, fuck it. But that's just, you know, that's just me, I guess. That was on purpose. They said it was never meant to be a... Wait, what was never meant to be a thing? Greg Swab working on... Yeah, I mean, they could say that all they want. You kill a mythological mob, equip blank. That's the whole point of it. Right? So yeah, no, it is there because it's supposed to be a thing. Like, that is a thing that is supposed to work since it's been working, and it should work forever. Seeing as though, like, why the hell would that even exist for that reason? Because it's like when you dig up a burrow after you do it, that's what that one's for. They have those set, like, there are things that they, you know, added to the game. I mean, like, why the hell wouldn't that be a thing? Like, that is just wild, right? Makes no damn sense. But them just not fixing it this entire time is a very much so purposeful move. Like, they are on purpose leaving that shit rotting the entire time Aura's here. Which is extremely stupid. Like, it's just dumb. Why? I don't think they specifically changed it, because I'm pretty sure they said something about it, like, being fixed on alpha, or they did something to fix it. I don't know. But either way, it needs to be fixed, as it's an intended feature. If they specifically added a when you kill, X happens. Why they wouldn't have that as an... I don't know. It just fucking stupid. The golden dragon is there for Magic Find. Let's just, you know, let's just use it for Magic Find. Like, it's there for Magic Find. Let us use it for Magic Find. Like, there's nothing else about that right now that I care about. Why not? So you can only kill a mob with Griffin, so why would you have it set to Griffin, for example? They don't want you to benefit from 2 bets at the same time. That is unfortunate, but that's exactly what I want to see, and that's exactly what they made the game straight up feeling like, you know, you have to do. They've put the game in a position where you've legitimately been fucking forced to do that to get anywhere. So, regardless of what they want or not, they made the game this way. The only thing that they could do to make me believe that this is something they didn't want in it at all to begin with is to get rid of the when you kill a mob, X thing comes out. Because, like, what's the point of that at all if it's not for that? Since when you dig up a burrow, it also brings out your griffin. You know what I mean? Like, why would that... Because you can only kill it with griffin. So, like, yeah, exactly. It just doesn't make any sense. Or they have to go and delete the fucking whole when ferocity hits, you know, X thing swaps. They have to go fix that. But they've also not done that in a while either. So, like, I don't get it. Something that's been around since the beginning of the entire game's existence. And they're like, oh, we don't want that. We only, you know. But then they add a whole thing for it. I don't know if anyone's ever seen an actual admin directly state in, like, an open public thing that's the case, though. I've never seen it. I've never seen that be the case ever. So let's see it. They're saying they don't want that and then adding something specifically for that and then also it being something that was in the game forever. Doesn't make any sense. But there's a lot of things that this game just refuses to fix over a very long period of time, and then out of nowhere they add something in as an actual feature, and then later on, like, you know, oh, 3 mil, hey. Later on, they're like, oh, let's let people hype Sven's as an actual feature that we're listing in this release of an update as a feature, and then delete it, get rid of it, and then say it was a bug. You know, stuff like that happens too. So, like, you can go back on what you said, but you added it on purpose, and we liked it, so what the hell are you doing? Like, if you add it as a feature and you don't like it, then just straight up say, yeah, we added it, we don't really love that it's a thing, and we got rid of it, but... You know, they can't say it wasn't on purpose. So as long as they're not saying that, then that's good. That never happened? You're telling me that they never added hype killing, like magic killing, you know, magic damage killing Sven's ever. And then later on got rid of it and then said it was a bug. They've never said that. They've never stated that ever. You're telling me that never happened. You're telling me a factual statement that you believe that never happened. That never happened. You believe that never happened, ever. They made magic damage kill Sven's. And they put it into the actual notes. Then later got rid of it and said that was a bug. They specifically allowed people to use a hype. And then they said, you can now use this, whatever. You can use magic damage. And then they got rid of it. And then they said it was a bug. So they did, in fact, 100%. It's one of those, like, you can use all magic damage. All. It all worked. And they're saying it's a bug. That's not a bug. That's just straight up saying, oh, yeah, ooh, we probably should not have done that. It's just the wording that they decided to use was wild. But yeah, no, it did happen. That did happen. That did indeed happen. So, that's fine. But, it did. So let's all be on the same page. Hey, which mods do you use for Diana? Right now I'm just using Skyhandy. That's all you really need. If you want to have like a bajillion different things you can look at just to visually see different numbers on your screen, you can use SBO or whatever, but all you need is Skyhandy. Skyhandy's got a lot that it does, so you may as well use it over that. Chances are you probably already have Skyhandy, to be honest. A charm. Ooh. A solver for Sphinx. Why would you need a solver for Sphinx? Sometimes you misclick, sometimes you don't, but it's like a little bit extra damage. Yeah, I have it already. Yeah, just use Sky Handy. That's all you need. All you need, brother. I guess. I don't know. I feel like, it's interesting. I mean, like, if you misclick, it's a matter of, like, what, like 5 extra clicks? 4 extra clicks? You just go boom, boom, smack it, it's dead. I would like to see this, actually. Now that you guys mentioned that has that. I want to see if this has it. Highlight rare Dynamobs? No, they don't have that. I don't know if they would have Sphinx as well. I'm assuming that if that's a thing that people care to use, then they'll maybe add it at some point. Like, I know the answers, but it's quick, and, you know, yeah, I guess. That's not bad. I mean, it's just... I feel like every single thing in this entire game is required to use a solver at this point for anyone to function, and it's a little bit... It's a little... you know, a tad bit crazy. But you know, it could definitely be beneficial for people with like extremely low damage. I feel it. Yeah. I swear to God, you go into this game and it's like, all right, to load into HYPIXEL SKYBLOCK, here's a fucking 10-minute tutorial. Also, here's a list of mods that you are required to use to function. And like nowadays, it's like you look at the list and it's like 35. All right, now here's a 4-hour tutorial on how to specifically set up each individual mod to show all the things you do and don't need. All right, now you can start playing the game. By the way, if there's an update that drops, you have to go through all of them again. Individually, because now 4 of them updated the exact same fucking thing to just kind of fuck with each other, and now they're all crash your game. So I just always go with if you don't need an extra mod to do what another mod that you already have does, never get the other mod. You know, that's what I would like to always push. That's just how I think. So I'll always be telling chat, like, for the love of God, don't download, like, extra random, you know, garbage. But I feel like some of you guys are just, like, trying to catch them all, like, you know, and fucking, you know, get everything like a goddamn, like, Pokedex. Like, you need every single mod that does every single individual function and all functions together. So, like, one of you guys hears that there's a new mod that someone made that just specifically... instead of having to slash, now you can put a dot instead because your slash key's a little bit, you know, like less than ideal to look at. So you're like, I want this mod instead. But then you have another mod that instead of pressing like, you know, Shift A to capitalize your A, you can double click Shift to capitalize your A one time. It's just some random thing that someone had, and you're like, I need both of those now. It's like, what? Just random things like that. It happens pretty often. I feel like the people who are in that category, they're the ones who used CT and like 10 different fucking modules in it, where only 0 of them were necessary, but you always just needed them all, you know? I remember getting into like living inside of people's brains for a while because they hated the fact that I believed that they were using too many mods, and the mods that they were like in love with were incredibly unnecessary. Like, I definitely know that people like SBO. There's a lot of people who do, who are looking to get extra mods or whatever, but the amount of like random mods that are just incredibly unnecessary, and to be fair, that one still kind of is. Like, it really is. It's just, you know, it's got more helpful things towards something that if you want them, they can be there, because why not? But my God, do I not miss the fucking CT 25 different module days where everyone was like, dude, you have to have enchanting table plus 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 mod, where like instead of having to click on each individual one of them, it just macros, but somehow gets away with it. You're like, whoa, necessary mod, you know? It's need a mod that says / in my guild chat every morning, because that's necessary. it needs that, you know? Holy fuck. So I've always been like pretty seemingly sour towards every one of these things. Yeah, bloat mods. I'm gonna be honest, Skyblocker is the bloat mod. Skyblocker is the bloat mod of all bloat mods. I am so against it, but like it has things that other mods just haven't done. That I like pray for the day that Skyblocker is no longer needed and it's just Sky Hanny, and that's it. There's a world where the only mod you need is Sky Hanny, and that world sounds pretty cool to me. Preferably, I'd pick Skytills if it just did everything right, but yeah. I just hate having all these fucking mods on because they're always annoying. Like, yet another config or whatever it was. That one today. It wouldn't let me open the game because it had an update. I'm like, dude, there's just one of the many, you know, problems I've had over like the past 2 months of just like, you get on, you're like, oh, what's updating? Oh, something's crashing. Gotta figure out which one that is, you know? Oh, Essentials. Oh, Skytills. Oh, Sky Hanny. Oh, yet another whatever it is. Oh, there's always something that's happening. It never ends. You like SBO because you're a Diana Sweat. I mean, I would argue that I'm a Diana Sweat, technically. But I don't even... I've never, ever used those, like, extra mods. I always just use Soupy, and then eventually I swapped over to Sky Hanny, and then that's just because Soupy died. That's about it. What's your burrows per hour casually? I mean, right now, lesser because I keep on going to different areas. But, I mean, not a shit ton at the moment. If you look at this, 500 per hour. Just chilling. Pause for like 30 seconds. So I pause for a lot of 30 seconds. I consistently do 30-second pauses. Yeah, you are a sweat. Well, good thing is, it's like, there's really not like any sweating involved. I'm not in a party with a whole bunch of people. Right? So that's kind of nice for me. Is like, I don't like with technical sweat, because I do believe that I am in a way. It's just, I'm not worrying about like what I'm doing because I'm just sitting solo. If I was in a party with other people, it would drastically drop. Like, it would drop horrendously. Yeah, in a party getting 450, I feel like in a party I'd get like 350, maybe. Alone, I'm at 670, plus I'm going for 600 bros achieving, because why not? Are you also getting rid of the extra tracking? I think for me, a lot of it's like, I'm also staring at chat and just reading chat whilst I'm doing whatever I'm doing. Swapping, like, you know, just... So that's not bad. Well, I'm saying, like, you're getting rid of this because it gives plus 15 tracking on burrows. Yeah. You said you were doing 4-4. So for chat, answer, whoever don't know, 4-4 being like all 4 pieces of mythological instead of doing 2 and 4, 2 out of 4 because you're using 2 pieces of that, and then the golden fleece, and then this guy. Off the fleece and beacon. I never use the beacon. I am very much so a believer in putting 0 effort in. I think that's quite awesome. I never use the beacon. I don't use shurikens. I don't fucking make sure I ferocity swap. I don't even really do parties. I barely remember to even check my cakes, I'm gonna be honest. 0 effort to power. I mean, you say that, but like you still have to go and you have to get You know, all the fucking the starfall for it. Then you have to put it into the forge. And you have to take it out of the forge. And you have to put it in the beacon. And you have to leave it there. And you have to keep doing that. So you still do have to do something for it. It takes much more. It's just like the shuriken. You have to go and you fight the guy. And you have to get the items. And then you have to use the items every time it spawns in. Like, you still have to do extra stuff. That is extra effort. I just think that it's unnecessary effort. It still is effort. Like, that is for sure. Like, there is effort you have to put in to remember doing that and doing it, like, on a rotation. You have to, like, schedule that shit. Yeah, you have to go do blazes, get those items, whatever. But, like, yeah, I don't like blazes either. It's more effort. You have to go do blazes. You have to do it. It's just... If you have some stuff, use it. If you don't, then it just really doesn't matter. I mean... It's really not that important. 200 every skyblock year. One of the 1.21 mods shows you the timer. Yeah, but yeah, you have to get your helmet on. You have to go over there. You have to wait for them. You see them. You get your starfall. You go to the forge. You put it in. You go back out. You take your helmet off, and then you go and you keep grinding. And then next time it pops up, you do it. It's just, it is more like it may not seem like a lot to people when you play like like trying to be maximize efficiency like 24/7, like you're trying to maximize everything and you're trying, but like when people are playing this game, like, you know, 90% of us, I believe that to my core, don't want to be doing any of that extra bullshit because it's really, in my opinion, very much unnecessary. Like, it's never felt necessary to me, and I've made it pretty far, and then other people say it's necessary, and it never gets them any farther than me. You know what I mean? That's something I think is pretty funny, though. I mean, people will say these things are necessary or very important or very, very good to do, and then... Not like I have a shit ton of luck or anything like that. Like, I'm just doing the same amount as them, and I get the same amount as them, and they have the stuff on, and I'm like, you know, I didn't have to do any of that shit. So it's kind of nice. If it was one of those, you get the beacon and it stays on always, and then you could power it to be a little bit stronger for certain periods of time, I think that would make more sense. Yeah, 100%. There are a lot of people who come in and go like, oh, dude, you're not doing this very specific thing that takes an extra 5 minutes specifically every single other day or whatever that you have to use to get this tiny buff in this tiny area along the side of 4 other random things that are 5 minutes each or whatever. Like, there's people like that, and I think because of them, I've like become even more so solidified, and I never think that any of that's ever going to be necessary ever again. Because of what I said earlier, where like they'll say all that and they'll still not make as much effort outside of that, because they'll get, I don't know, they'll be like, they'll spend 20 minutes out of their 2 hours trying to get buffs, where I'll just grind for 20 minutes and I'll get more than they got in the other hour and 40 minutes out of the 2 hours of a grind that I did and they did before we got bored and got off. You know, so I don't bother with those things, just so I can spend more time yapping and you know, smacking burrows and or blocks or whatever it may be. Because I always thought, like, Magic Find, getting that was better, but then as I get more Magic Find, I get fucking, like... I swear I get less. I know that's not exactly true, because right now I've got the best, per hour... Per, like, you know, 5 or 10 hours, whatever, I have the most, Chimeras I think I've had ever now, but there's a lot of stuff there that kind of still hits the more Magic Find, but still same amount of drops consistently. There's a lot of ways. It's like, nah, I'm good. Yeah, I mean, killing the star guys, if I had to do that, then yeah, there would be a fucking hell no ever. But, if there's a point where I'm really trying to lock in and there's something I really want to get and I really want to get it as soon as possible and as fast as possible, then that kind of stuff is like, all right, I could use it and I probably maybe will. When I was trying to find my most Magic Find, you know, like trying to figure out what my highest Magic Find could be at one single moment recently, I checked it and then I just left it to die. I put it on 5 Magic Find, whatever, but past that, just haven't touched it. I've probably used the beacon 2 times in the past year. Can you play some Sabrina Carpenter? If it comes on, then it comes on. I don't want to, like... I don't want to mess with the random shuffle that's going on. We gotta obey by the shuffle. We gotta live by and abide by the shuffle. Because for some reason, it's working quite well. And it is actually shuffling, believe it or not. Shout out to Spotify shuffling right now. Knock on wood. Stays that way. Oh yeah, let me give you guys another reminder. I am going to be setting up at some time tomorrow the Voxy SMP for Hightail. I will have rules, so it is not a if you get in you can just do whatever you want and be however you want, say whatever you want and just get away with it. I will have rules and we will fine-tune those as we go. But the only way you can join to start off will be limited to tier 2 subs or higher, and or depending on, you know, if I have to take a look at the VIP list and all that stuff. We'll let VIPs in and stuff like that from Twitch. Only that. I will not be allowing just anyone to just join in for whatever reason, because that is, in my opinion, a dangerous move, and I've seen way too much to back that claim. So keep that in mind. I will have the bisect server swap to Hightail day 1, and then we'll slowly let people, like, you know, kind of do more together. I will not allow PvP. I will not allow people just to constantly steal from each other. I will not allow, you know, fucking a whole bunch of just unnecessary profanity in there. I want it to be nice and chill. I do not want people thinking that they're being funny by just constantly saying really wild, vile shit. It will be very much so a chill place to have a good time and to be decent. So that is going to be very important. So my server, I could just turn it on. I will have PvP, you know, if it's toggleable, I'll have it off. I have a bisect server that I can swap to whatever game however I want. So that's what I'll do. I'll set it to, like, if I can toggle it right off the bat, because it'll be depending on, like, what they have for settings for it on day 1. I can mess around with that stuff. It won't be at the beginning of the day either, though. It'll be later on. Probably right after I end my stream or at the end of the stream. So that'll be good. Yeah, I'm sure they will for sure. I don't want to, like, say that it'll be off for sure 100% right off the bat, but I'm not gonna like, you know, be like, oh, if you guys want to kill each other until it's on, then do so. I'm not gonna allow that. I'm just gonna say, like, be decent, because I want that to be a chill place. Anyone can go and do whatever they want in their own time, but on my server, I would definitely like it to be chill. So that's really just the gist there. Be decent. Peaceful server. And if I find out anyone's being, you know, fucked up or whatever, I don't care if they're a tier 3 and they sub for 6 months early on and they said some wild shit and they just said, oh, I'm just gonna get away with it. I will get rid of them, and I don't care what they think. Just remember that that's the case. I don't give a shit. Someone in the past has been like, dude, can I, like, get in your server for, like, $50? And I was like, I mean, anyone can join, but sure, if you want to. And then because he did that, he ended up being, like, a legitimate fucking, like, awful nightmare. It was genuinely just disgusting, and I had to get rid of him. And then he tried to pull the, oh, I did this, I have fucking, I should be able to do whatever I want and all that. And I think that was the best time where I could really just feel like a real power creep on myself. I thought that was pretty awesome. I got to put that guy down and just be like, hey, listen, buddy, sucks to fucking suck. I was like, you should have just shut the fuck up. Could have been decent, could have been there forever, but no. We never see that man ever again. I mean, hey, if you guys don't, or, you know, don't know if you want to hop on Hightail or not, that's a perfect thing for streams or whatever. You guys get to get, like, a little look at it, see how you feel about it. Remember, it is early access for whoever doesn't know. It is super early access. So the bugs and problems and crashes and you know, there's going to be a lot of them. Obviously, you know, most of you guys know that. But I will be live tomorrow, 9 a.m. EST, waiting for it. And then at 10 a.m., we'll be playing it. And we're going to be chilling. It's going to be a good time. And if you guys want to get your own servers, you guys can. But you guys can join the SMP if you guys are in that category of players who do have those things and want to join said thing. It'll be one of those situations where, like, if you want to join the server, then eventually, like, I'll have very specific requirements for it that aren't just, oh, be a tier 2 sub or whatever. Tier 2 or tier 3 or a VIP. But, we'll see. I'll probably end up playing, at least watch you, and now he ruined it for everyone else. No, he's kind of like, I would say just ruined it for himself, because at that point we were already thinking about doing that, and then I waited a little bit even after that, and I just said, all right, well, there's always going to be like 1 or 2 bad people, but it was the players who were not really like realizing what they were doing, more so just thought they were being funny because they're younger and they're just being stupid, right? We all have those, you know, memories of us being stupid and doing dumb shit. It was a collective group of people that ruined it for everybody. And then my choice of just, all right, I don't really want to be waking up every morning to seeing a new hate speech enjoyer just doing stupid shit like me. Well, don't say shit like that, because then I'll just blacklist you from ever joining anything, because I genuinely don't have the patience. So you may think it's funny, but like, it's, to me, you're just you're a loser if you do shit like that. Like, I not even in a funny way. Like, when people do shit like that, you're instantly not worth anyone's time. Because it really is a pain in my ass to have people do shit like that. Like, it really is. I can't just fucking have good things for everyone because some dumbasses don't know how to act, you know? So, you're going to be hated for everybody, and then you're not going to be welcome anywhere, you know? Like, there are things like that, so let's think with a fucking clear head. $20 for a game is a steal? Oh, it's incredible, for sure. Yeah, and then obviously you can buy the more expensive versions, which I would definitely recommend for people who are huge fans and really want to push that beginning bit, but I only bought the $20 version because I am not looking to spend money on much of anything nowadays. I'm trying to just, you know, do things that I need to do with it. So, for me, $20, chilling. The other versions, you get just the same shit, but they straight up stated, like, you can buy the game for $20, or you can get 2 different tiers of versions that are, like, you know, better, you know, for them, obviously, overall, and it just gives you more cosmetics day one stuff, like, you know, like, launch, like, you know, founder cosmetics type of stuff, whatever. It's just that. I don't think there's anything else you gain other than just cosmetics, which is nice if you care about that. I personally always kind of tend to push the fact that if you're looking at a game that has a $20 cosmetic in it, $30 cosmetic in it, that is never a purchase you should ever make. I genuinely don't think that that is ever a single item that you should ever do. Doesn't matter where. Unless the game's free to play, it's incredibly friggin', you know, helpful towards the game's, you know, growth and all that. But chances are you see those in places like Apex Legends or, you know, Fortnite or whatever. And, like, obviously if you're doing an Epic Games on anything, code VOXY, by the way. I don't have a code for Hypixel or HYPIXEL SKYBLOck, but, you know, maybe one day. I did reach out to 2 people. I'm not going to say their names just because I don't want to put them on blast or whatever, but, like, I did reach out to 2 people, and both of them completely just either missed or ghosted me about getting a Hytale code day one. Because as far as I'm seeing, they're not, like, super dropped into the, oh, you just need to have 30k subs and that's all. It doesn't seem to be like that at all, but they did not answer me, and I kind of wish that they would have, because I would love to, like, push more people and, like, you know, be able to be more intertwined, use that to get more content going and whatever, but it's fine. If I can get one, I'd be very pleased. Epic Games, I wonder how much my Fortnite account would be worth. Mine would be worth, or like, one would be worth. Mine would be probably worth around, like, $2.84 Canadian. But remember, code VOXY on all Epic Games purchases. On all games, Epic Games. That's the way to do it. Nice one. Thank you, dude. I try my best. What's the point of having codes and stuff like that if you're not going to plug them? That's the whole thing. I like the meme of shameless plug and all that stuff, but it's legit the whole reason that you have the codes and the whole reason that people can use the codes is you have to plug them for them to know. But I don't really like, I don't really see a whole lot happen with my codes on anything, but when they do happen, they're extra help, and they are very, very, very good for the overall longevity of what I do here. Not just for the fact that it gives me a couple bucks, depending on what you're doing, but the more people use codes, the more that, you know, that relationship works with you and said, you know, partner, company, or whatever that might be. And it just creates a better, you know, all right, a better understanding of how, like, much traffic you're bringing, and in turn just gives you more opportunities, you know what I mean? I'm gonna head out later, Kebab. You take care, my dude. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna try my best to get these today. I'm hoping for the best. We're at 222. 22. Oh my god. 22222. Look at that. We have to get the next 3 within the next, like, 2 hours and 40 minutes. Like, we have to. Gotta go study. Enjoy your studying. How dare you use the word baby cakes while talking to me? But, I mean, I don't really feel like fighting with you, so I'm just gonna let you do your thing. Bros, just chat. You guys understand what I gotta go through here? You guys see all this shit? The internet, man. I figured this out with the old skins before Chapter 1 of Fortnite. I have close to 5,000 in rarity for what the skins are. 3 more times until 100 total. The whole day and getting 2 scrolls, that's pretty decent. I don't really know what people expect to see from dungeons anymore, chat, but I do know that, to me, if I didn't see specifically, like, you know, I don't know, if I'm doing M7, I would expect in one whole day to get, like, probably 1 single star if I'm lucky, and then if not, then nothing. So I think that sounds pretty fucking decent. 80 mil each. Star from M7 is the same rarity as a scroll. Okay, gotcha. Wait, how much do scrolls sell for? Yeah, I'd expect, like, dick all, because, I mean, that's pretty well how it goes, but I also would never expect to ever see myself ever do M7 for an entire day. There's 0 chance. An entire stream, maybe, if I'm feeling really, 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 really good about playing M7, which is not going to happen, but that would be like 20 runs. And then I would be instantly in a position where I can say, I am so incredibly over this, and then I would just end stream, because I have done that. So, that I can, you know, definitely very much so say with my chest is exactly how that would go. I'm a huge believer in fuck that, hell no, and get away from me if someone says M7. I will forever be that guy. Scrolls are like 180 to 200 mil. I've sold them, so 100 mil, 120 mil profit per scroll. That's fucking decent. Gets a chest, spends 80, gets 100 to 120. Not bad at all. And then how about the handle too? I heard that was like it's like 260 million to get it from the chest, and then people are saying that you can buy the scroll or the handle at least for like 500 mil, 500-ish or 600-ish mil. Yeah, 265. Okay, gotcha. In chest, yeah. So 265. Grab a pen and I'm gonna write this thing. Just kind of gross. The people in Ironman are like going in and instead of spending, what was it, like 100 mil normally or whatnot, and they're like spending that much more. Fuck that, dude. I am very good on not doing that. With Paul, it was 210. That's a little bit better. Who wants to die? Who was once a guy? Good luck to you too. I typed it in the chat as if he wasn't just like listening in anyways. I was like, oh, I gotta type it in the chat. I gotta do that. Is it what you want? Monte Fiesta's out the ass. Oh yeah, so by the end of all this, depending on if they do more, I also won't be doing this one. I have got out of all of the fiestas and all the fishing festivals this entire time, this entire event, everything. I've done 0 fishing festivals and 1.5, technically like 1.6 is what it was, mining fiestas. That is all I've done. I am so proud of those numbers. As an Ironman myself, those numbers make me fucking proud. I stayed strong, and I didn't just let myself do it because I felt like I had to. Hell nah, brother. We stayed strong. We got nothing. We made nothing. We're doing good. We're doing incredible. People were very, interestingly, for some reason, happy with all the timings and all these things. But when I was looking at them, they were all before I wanted to be on and doing anything on stream and after, and more so towards where I'd want to be hanging out with my fiance, going to the store, doing things, and or going to bed. So I never cared to do those at all. There were a couple that were at decent times, but then I just didn't want to be on the game. So I never forced myself to do them because, to be honest, I don't care. I can't care. But if I ever care to do more, I'll be surprised if I do even more than like half of it at best. So, but we're not gonna be doing one for a solid long period of time, I think. Especially the TPS was just horrendous. It's so bad. 2 fishings and a ton of mining, but the opposite side, I'm proud because now I'm done all the DA items. Nice. Not too bad. Yeah, I have 1.1 billion coins right now, and I am, I'm still not sure if I'm even going to buy anything for a while that costs money. Really don't care if I do or don't. You got 1 bill Greg and 1.2 bill purse. Nice. I have, I think, like the least amount of care in the world now for coins. I think that that's something that's just kind of been inevitable for me. I think that like over the years, seeing the Ironman progression go up, more time go up, the amount of stuff I've had to gain and craft up and like, you know, grind up, whatever, go up, and then all the money that you gain go down and up and down, then up and down, then up and down, and then just keep doing that. But then the TPS is just kind of shitty and all that stuff, and it just feels worse, and everything, every type of farming money ways, like the money making methods or whatever, they just feel worse. They really haven't changed much. There's really like, there's no way that I could have any sort of fun doing it, and I know that's a guarantee. So it's just if I get money, then I get money. And if I don't, I don't. And somehow it's gotten me to a 1.2 bill, almost 1.1 bill total. Yeah, 1.156, 1.164 roughly with the coins I have on me as well. That's fine with me. Like, not worrying about money at all. So people say, like, what's your money-making method? I'm like, I just exist. And that doesn't make sense for an Ironman, technically. To try to explain that's a pain, but I'm like, if I get money from something, then it happens. That's really it. Orange Juice, how you doing today, brother? Welcome, welcome. Still need to get the Rose Drag, Jade Drag, Artifact. Yeah, I need the AOC. I need the Rose and Jade Drag as well. I need the Pandora's Box. I need the 8-ball. I need the Midas Staff. I need the scroll to the Dark Auction. That's it. I think that's everything. In terms of just raw coins, big purchase type of scenario. I don't want any of that. Enough to really go and just try my best. I don't know. I've seen people get lucky getting certain items, like, you know, in the Dark Auction for cheaper or whatever. I don't care to be like, oh, now I have less than 1 bill because I bought this item and I have a slight bit higher MP now. Now I have 2 more strength. Yeah, and the Pandora's, like, you gotta do all those challenges for it. I don't even know if I want to do those. I know one of them was, like... I don't know, like, one or a few of them have something to do with, like, floor 7 in a very specific way. Or is it M7, or I don't know what it is, but... And you have to do them after you get the actual item, and I just... Blast Row is all M7, one class. M7. Yeah, fuck that. Like, I'm never doing that. I'm very good on not doing that. I don't want to do M7 with all separate classes, let alone that. No goddamn way. I want to fly. Wasn't that out before and it was only floor 7s you needed? Or am I wrong on that and they added it after? Because I thought that was like, yeah, like, you know, everyone has to pick one specific class and do floor 7. And then now then eventually they change it to M7, but I don't know, probably that, yeah. Probably, maybe. I don't know if the Pandora's Box was added after M7 was already a thing. But I thought it was before, and it was only floor 7 at that time that you needed for those challenges. Yeah, floor 7 with no TP abilities is, that's odd. It was after? Okay, gotcha. There we go. Then that's definitely the one I was thinking. I wanna fly away. Fly, fly, fly. I was looking at a guide for the damage vid and it had all things M7 was in it. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. I think I was on alpha. Getting exactly 333,333 damage. That is incredibly wild. But if I'm not mistaken, like, you know, I'm sure that there's probably a mod that just straight up says, all right, for this thing, do that. For that thing, do this. Oh my god, my thing's tweaking. What the fuck is it tweaking for? Capture device error. I genuinely think that either I have to replace something in my PC or the actual capture card, because something is fucking up recently. Bugging me that it's doing that. Not sure what it is. What we finna do? Okay, one sec. What if I just do... Can I, like, refresh it in some way? Really wish there was a way for me to just fucking tell that right off the bat. PC problems are like, you know, the bane of my fucking existence. Genuine hell. Emerald Blade, you can put coins to adjust the damage, but it doesn't do one damage adjustments. It's like 200, 300 spikes up or down at minimum. The easiest way is to get one for all on Emerald Dagger, which is like 1.5 bill. I don't know. Trying to think like what it is that like, I mean, I would assume you just straight up put like no power pick, no thaumaturgy pick, whatever, and then just full on like take off everything you have and then slowly add a little bit by a little bit and then just tweak those numbers and just hope for the best. Hold 1.5 bill with one for all on the blade and set your strength and crit to a specific amount. Yeah. It just sounds, yeah, I don't know. Those things just seem annoying as fuck in my opinion. But one day if I decide to do them, then I'll really know if that's true or not, but... Like, I can definitely have 1.5 bill on me for that, but... The question is, will I even get to that point? I've gone this long without getting those items. But I feel like right now, the numbers that we see inside of even the Ironman Shens are a little bit inflated more so. Not like a shit ton, but... They just seem a little bit higher, so I'm not exactly a big fan of doing it yet. One digit off at the closest? Oh my god. Damn, dude, I need to get another book. We have 3 to go, dude. We have 3 to go. We need to get it. I do. We may. Part of those specific, dude, I said sporific. Specific parameters. I get you. Actually. So where the hell is my next book? Where is it at, dude? Could be wishful thinking, you know, being like, oh, I'm gonna get 5 today, but like, I've got 5 in multiple different other days of doing stuff like this in the past, so I believe in it, even if I shouldn't. 10% staff buff, yeah, probably just, you know, shits on it a bit, but I think that, you could also just, like, when you get really close, just have Legion or something like that, and just have people kind of show up and then just slightly change a bunch of random shit and just always smack, like, a dummy or something, maybe. Or smack, like, a whole bunch of mobs on your island and have people just come in and come out and then just, or, like, and just keep tweaking things one by one by one by one by one. Be like, if it hits, it hits. Make it purely random. I would just get so frustrated. That's what I do. No, I know. It sounds easy, but it's not 100%. I know how long it would probably take. For sure. I can picture it in my head. That's why I'm just not even bothering with going ahead and buying it. I don't even want to begin that grind at all to get that thing done, because you got to pay all that money for it. Then you got to spend all the time doing all these random ass things. Gonna play. Right here. No, dude. Why is that ferocity never hitting? It doesn't ever hit this man. What's good? What we doing? We don't put money in the blade. You don't hold it that much on you. Doesn't just like fucking eat the money. 1.5 bill hits one time. 1.4 bill. Dude, imagine that. Oh yeah, if you die, like if you jump into the void or some shit like that, like, you know, you lose a very large chunk. Yeah, so don't die. Get like a random ass bug on your island while you're punching a dummy that it just like, you know, tweaks you out, kills you. Lose half your purse. Oh yeah, it completely like ignores all of the other things you have to stop you from losing, as far as I remember. It's like booster cookie and the piggy bank and all that, as far as I remember. Whoa, 446. We get ourselves 250K. We're rich, chat. We're rich. 3 more chimeras, and we have 100 grand total. I feel like it's probably been someone who's legit dropped like 500 books since the start of Aura, just like a pure degen. Plays for 20 hours a day, sleeps for fucking 3, you know, stares at a wall for 1, trying to relearn how to breathe. Uppity. Big brain, maybe? No. Ferocity never hits. So, nah, damn thing, brother. Hold up, chat. Let me check something real quick before I accidentally dox information that I should not be schmoxing. Okay. Oh, accidentally clipped. Didn't mean to clip. Meant to swap. Had to check something, and it had some info that was probably not worth putting on camera. Like the $3 I have in my bank account and the $784,000 I have in debt from gambling all of everyone else's family's money that I've successfully swindled to give me my gambling funds, and then also my my addiction to Diet Cola with my 17 pallets on the way at the current moment. Also, the payoff I gave to Simon to make sure he gave me more of the drops I need. But that, don't worry about any of that. None of that's important. There's more so my address, but that's fine. Could be any of those things. It's like the truth and a lie thing. You guys can figure out which is which. If it was the truth was assignment thing, paying him off or whatever, then obviously it's not working. So wasted money, but my bad. Maybe it wasn't enough. We gotta tip another couple bucks. Hippity hoppity. Usually streaming for about 5+ hours. 5 hours is really all like I make sure that I try to stick to. Then past that is just if I'm really feeling it, then I'll go for it. But I never have like a specific amount that I like schedule out like for sure. But 5 hours is almost always what I stick to minimum, or sometimes it's on the dot. I'm not really sure if I'm going to be doing any extra games today or not, so we'll see. Yeah, I try to hit at least a certain amount, because like I usually try to stream for 5 hours, and then I'll do some stuff off camera before and after. But depending on what I have to do offline, it's usually what determines it. Oh yeah, Hightail tomorrow is going to be online for a good couple hours, probably like, 5 or more hours, and then I'll be doing an offline recording session for probably 2 hours per day after each stream, most likely. So it'll be that amongst other things, and like editing and putting some other content out there, and I'll be putting in like fucking 10 to 12 hour days every single day, probably for like a good 2 weeks. It's fucking. It's gonna be very, very nuts. But I like, the only reason it sucks is like I could do 12 hours, work, straight up just like physical labor, whatever. But like, it's different when I'm talking and recording and streaming and editing and scripting and whatever for 12 hours. It just gets so fucking gross because I have to sit down for so goddamn long, and I hate it. Like, it just feels horrible. Hey, dude, visit my island for a sec. I can't understand the AFK area. If you want to know how to AFK the pool, you just have to set it up in a specific way. And if you want to see it, just go to my island and look at it. And then you're kind of good to go. You just have to place an area for it to, travel around one post block. And then just put water down and put 2 signs down in 2 areas. Then a few 24+ hour streams, mostly. Oh yeah, the 24-hour streams I don't think I'll be doing for a stupid long time, but I ended up sitting around counting a couple of them that I knew I did, and I think I've done probably about like 20 different 24-hour plus streams. It's not good. Like it's very much so terrible for your body, but I have done a lot of really long streams, and it's just stupid. See what I have wrong? If someone else wants to go help out the fella, you guys just feel free to do so. I don't want to necessarily go visit and like start trying to point stuff out. You feel so good after you crash in bed though? Not at all, dude. Not even a little bit. You feel like straight shit. And you also waste like any good sleep you were gonna have, because then it just 24-hour stream takes like another 48 hours or more to recover from. To be fair, I'm pretty sure it's like scientifically, if you miss out on that much sleep, it like technically takes like 72 hours or whatever to recover from that. So you just kind of like, you get one long stream and then you have absolutely fucking, no quality for like the next couple days. You just ruined it. I think it's absolutely for sure something that I just won't be doing for at least a year or so. Yeah, it makes me feel like straight hell, dude. What makes your thing? Makes your damage? So basically, just everything. Boom, 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 boom. Bestiary is really high. The MP with all the accessories is really high. You just need to up everything over time. You'll get more and more and more damage because you spent more and more time getting more and more stuff in this game, all collectively, as well as many other things. And what I just told you, it's all important. A fragged Daedalus axe. Yeah, exactly. Or Daedalus sword, sorry. Daedalus blade. Now it's not an axe anymore. But there's a big one. The actual griffin itself gives you more damage. The mythological armor gives you more damage. The like everything else I said, plus even the attribute shards, they all give you more damage. Like everything does. A lot of stuff. Actually, some more stats if you guys want to see my actual profile pop up in the website that'll show you everything. I'd say top 3. It would have to go with the MP. #1, and then everything else after that, probably like, you know, for this specific event, and, you know, Daedalus and, not really sure, and then maybe the armor. That's what I would say, I think. Yeah, it's just like a lot of people keep on thinking that like, oh, dude, why isn't my damage that high? And I'm like, oh, MP, accessories. Like, oh, it's just, it takes too much time to look at. I'm like, well, then have fun doing anything. I feel like that's like everyone who asks about like how to get like, you know, damage or whatever, they're always lacking MP and they're always not willing, or they're always unwilling to do anything about it. I swear to God, every single person is usually just that same exact scenario. They don't know about MP, and then right when they do, they're like, yeah, this is too much. But yeah, if you already have MP down, if you really want to get more, then yeah, that for this specific event, yeah, it does help a lot to frag the Daedalus and do all that stuff. Yeah, that's the AOC and the Pandora's Box and the Magic 8 Ball and the Tiny Dancer. I'm not gonna do because that's just stupid. I don't like it. I'd rather not. Those things, I don't care to do them. I have the majority of what the MP is gonna be anyways. I'm missing out on not even 100 MP grand total, as far as I've seen. And that 100 MP is definitely not that important to me, so. Unless it's going to instantly largely benefit me in the areas that I want to be at, then it's not something I'll go for now. Yeah, the old Tiny Dancer, dude. Genuine garbage. Oh yeah, Kudra Heart now too, yeah. I'm not doing that either. I can't be asked to do anything in Kudra. It's just so fucking boring. Not boring, it's just, it's awful. Such a weird ass, just constant, like, you know, the fucking, everything's got to be, you know, micromanaged. I want to replace the shit like that I could be doing on Ironman and just replace it with other ways to play the game. That's really what I want to do. Challenge profiles, series, things like that are what's going to take over what could have been spamming Kudra, Dungeons, M7, Blaze Slayer, and garbage like that. No, I tried old school RuneScape. I tried RuneScape. I'm not a fan. Not exactly a fan. It's just visually not appealing to me. And I know it's very appealing to people who remember it as like a nostalgic hit from back in the day, but I never, ever got into enjoying that. And then I played it 2 times ever. Didn't find it all that exciting. Howdy. What's up? What? What? Oh. Just want to cut it like. Well, then you just want to cut it where you can, and then put a band-aid over, and then put a band-aid over this way, after you put one over this way. How the hell did you do that?
The fucking thing for her in the back seat was
Yeah.
jammed. So I was trying to lift it up and my nail caught.
Oh.
I ripped it.
Yeah. Yeah, at least you didn't rip it all the way off. It's definitely shitty. But yeah, just cut where you can so it's not constantly putting pressure on it. And then obviously it's gonna hurt a little bit. And then just make sure you clean it and then put the band-aid over that part and then over and then around it so it holds on to it. And then leave it on for like a day and a half. Or like clean it, take it off, clean it, put a new one on. Just do that for it's probably gonna take like 2 days for it to, be all good. Little boo-boo. Well, you got it. You gonna do right now? Yeah. All right. Well, let me know if you need help. The fiance's got a boo-boo chat. She's trying to deal with the cover for the seat for the dog in the SUV there, and she ended up having her thumb or finger or nail or whatever got caught in it, and it ripped up into like, yeah. So she's bleeding a little bit, and she's like, "How do I fix this?" She's like, "What do I do?" So yeah, it's definitely a little shitty to get that spot. So when your nail rips up into the flesh area and you're like, ooh, but it's like towards the middle of it. It's not like a hangnail type of scenario. It's full on like it's just unfortunate stuff. It's nothing to do with OSRS. No, I believe it does. I know that some people say that, but I believe heavily that it does, since every single person who's super into it has been playing it forever or played it when they were younger. So it's like, to them, it's nostalgic and they can play it a lot. But when you look at it as someone who's not ever, who never really got into it, just never looked at it, didn't play it before, to them, you look at it and you're like, oh, this is like heavily like old, grungy texture, just everything looks a little bit odd. It's not really too, appealing. There's a legit 10 million list of, a 10 million item list on things you got to do. And it's like, it's just a little too much, little too old looking, little less than exciting. But like people who've played it a lot, they're like, oh, I have an account that has all this stuff done from way in the past. I have all this stuff. I have all these rare things from the past now. Also, I remember playing it when I was younger and I think it's pretty fun. And there's a whole group of people who try to get me to play it, and every single time they'd be like, oh yeah, I played it a lot and I still play it to this day, or I haven't played it forever, but I played it a lot back in the day. And I feel like that's the large majority. You can still do a lot in it for sure, but it's not, I don't know. I don't know. It's not any more than just the majority just like it because they've liked it forever. I do believe that heavily just from the amount that I've seen that in chat. And or other people who play it. It's a fucking lot. Similar to Skyblock has weekly updates, blog posts. The fact that it has weekly updates is wild to me. That's fucking crazy. Skyblock doesn't even have weekly updates. I think that's kind of crazy. But that's nuts. I do think that it's good for sure. Though I've seen some stuff in there. Like I like to grind on Skyblock. I like to grind on some other games. I like to grind out certain things. I've like got on mod packs and grind out like some stuff. I've played other games like MMOs and whatever and grind some stuff out, whatever. But when I try to play RuneScape, I don't know, man. It just didn't seem even remotely appealing at all. When you haven't seen how far it's come. No, I've seen how far it's come. Don't think I haven't. I've seen. I've definitely seen. I've been around. Keep in mind, I am 27 years old. I've seen the game over the years. I know exactly how far it's come, but You talking? Wait. You talking about Skyblock highest player? You're talking about RuneScape there. Okay, got you. I thought you were talking about Skyblock for a second. I was like, Skyblock was at 20K when I got on it. But no, I get you. I do understand that, yes. But again, I would like to reiterate the fact that you might think that But I believe from everything that I see in my streams and the times that people have asked me about it over the like years that I've streamed, and other, like I got buddies who played it and all that stuff. It's mostly just people who played it a long time ago, staying forever and trying to get their buddies to get into it because they just want to play with them. I swear to God, I do not see any new people being like, oh, I've never heard of OSRS or RuneScape. I need to get on and grind that one. Mostly people are like, yeah, I'd rather not. Not, you know, it's just, and I'm in the same boat. I never really cared for it. I never cared for it. And even though I like MMOs, there are like, you know, grindy games, MMORPGs, or whatever it might be. I don't find that visually appealing at all. And I never have. Like, when I was younger, I saw it, and I was like, oh, it's interesting, and then it got less interesting as I went forward. But I do believe, yes, the game does have a huge following. Yes, does, for sure. But a lot of people have just been around for a long fucking time. Yes, new people are going to get into it, but it's not as visually appealing to new people. I think tenfold over games like, you know, any new MMORPG or anything like that. Like, I really don't. Not to say it's like a bad game, because it's an incredible game, seeing as though it survived this long, thriving this long, but it's just not what people are visually looking for in 2025, 2026, but it is for people who already had love for it because they've played it forever, or they played it forever ago. I'm standing by that. I believe that to my fucking core. Now, another thing. Let's just talk about the fact that, well, let's not talk about it. I just want to state the fact that I know exactly how sweat, grindy, fucking slow content type of stuff RuneScape is. That's a hell no from me. I'm not looking to spend 10,000 hours on a new game that a quarter of that is trying to get a specific random item to just drop, or a random mob to drop a random pet that's like not really that important just for completion. You know, I feel like that kind of stuff as well. You got the band-aid on? Did you cut it down? Gotcha. Yeah, it's gonna hurt. It's a tender area, but I mean, at least you got it dealt with a bit. I see you. Hello. Hello. You gonna go with mom now? You gonna go work? I didn't know that. Should have let her in. Oh, she could have let me know too. Oh, okay, guys. She should have just knocked on the door. Did she do anything? Did she fuck up anything here or there? Just a slipper or something? Ah. Oh, I got a big old shock. Holy shit. All right, Gija, you be good. All right, go to the office. See you later. The pupper's heading to the office, chat. Most games nowadays all look the same because they don't stand out. It's nice. Anyone could see something from OSRS and be like, yeah, that's from RuneScape. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things that are inspired from a lot of things, for sure. I think that graphics are very important. They're always important. They're always heavily important. That will always be an important factor. But you need to have good graphics and good gameplay, and it's too many just either have good graphics and terrible gameplay, or, you know, amazing gameplay and terrible graphics. And I genuinely believe that RuneScape, and I'm not saying this just to be fucking hateful towards, I just don't care for the game personally. I think that for the time that it came out, it looked great, but it has, in my opinion, aged like in a way that, like, now it's just, if you're gonna play a game and you look at it and you think it kind of looks a little too grungy, it's going to absolutely affect it. And it's nothing to do with the person. It's just, it's very much so a niche look at this point. So it's going to heavily affect, and that's understandable, very much so. Like, I don't want to look at Skyblock with like 1.8.9 textures ever again, because it looks fucking awful. And like, that's something that's just is boring to see. and or like default textures. I need to have like a texture pack on it or something like that. But then for you know, RuneScape, the whole thing kind of has that like grunge and like kind of clay look to it. Like, it's just, if I can't visually enjoy looking at something and the gameplay, I'm not gonna be, you know, super into it, which is very important. Like you do want to have a good visual alongside of it so it actually feels decent. Very important. Now my question is how, like, I'm not asking as if I'm like gonna start playing or whatever, because I've definitely tried and it's not for me directly, but if you were to try to rate RuneScape for a new player to try to understand what the hell is going on or what they're doing out of 10, give me a number. I think one thing that like was very important, because I tried it 2 times on stream. I tried it 2 times off stream. I think that's important. I separate those because when you're on stream, people ruin everything. And I don't care if anyone feels like, you know, I'm talking about them directly. Maybe you guys were the ones that were in there, but you ruin shit so quick by streaming what you're doing for the first time in a lot of ways when there's people who've been playing it forever. And we can all understand exactly how that goes, where people just instantly try to like fucking dictate every little thing you're doing or micromanage things or try to tell you all the secrets or tell you what the best thing is or give you contraband or whatever. Got in there and someone handed me a mill and I'm like, oh, okay, what the hell is that? And they're like, oh yeah, buy this thing and this thing and this thing and get this thing. I was like, okay. 3 out of 10 for a new player because it's not a hand-holdy game. They have added an activity advisors. They can follow that. Interesting. Not too bad. I mean, yeah, I would definitely agree that it's a pretty low, a pretty low number for sure. I'm not really a huge fan of like playing games where you have to watch a whole bunch of videos to understand what's going on, or having to stare at wikis nonstop. And that's why I just don't play a lot of these like kind of like technical or like factory based mod packs on Minecraft and shit, because I genuinely find that to be a fucking waste of my time. Personally, I don't enjoy that. But I know some people in Skyblock are like that as it goes forward, but I'm gonna be honest, this one literally does hold your hand. Like, this one really, really holds your fucking hand. Except for when you see stuff like this. I could have never guessed that from you. Yeah, so whenever I get into games, I want to just learn based on, like, trying things out. Just how I am, you know? I hate seeing people like, oh, I did this new thing. Go watch this guy's video on how all this stuff works for like 10 minutes. I'm like, fuck off. I'm like, I know. I'm like, let me just find out. Like, what? like, hell no. Out of my face. This kind of looks good. Do you have a mod folder? These shaders look really crispy. So I do have all the mods and texture pack stuff like that listed inside of my Discord. But the shaders, just ask me what shaders in the chat will show you. I only just started using them today. It's pretty good. Do you think Hytale will have a lasting player base? Yes, 100%. I think that of all the styles of games that have happened, all the different genres of that, like, you know, had new games pop up, and all the areas in which people have tried to, you know, try to pull players into something else that has a similar but really, really largely successful game beside it that they're like kind of competing with in a way. I think Hytale is going to do incredible. Long term, I think they're going to do incredible. I think that they're going to be a multiple year solid successful you know, at a large amount kind of game. I don't know if I'm not exactly able to say that I'm right or wrong there, no matter what, until it just happens, but it looks incredible. And the reason why I believe it's going to be so strong is when you look at the fact that it's already got people making like all sorts of really incredibly decent mods. People are making packs, different items to help it out. People are trying to get involved in the communities, constantly seeing more content. They're putting out more content every single day as they're about to release it. And they're doing a lot. They're doing a hell of a lot. Like, there's no way they can fail. Not with what, if they keep doing what they're doing, there's zero chance they can fail. But I don't know how big it'll get. I just believe it will be pretty large. To be honest, Minecraft. Yeah, every single mobile game. I wouldn't say mobile game. I don't think it looks like a mobile game at all, because whoever's like, if you hold up a mobile game's visual versus a PC game visual, then there's a huge difference. If you really look at them side by side, it's insane. No matter how good the mobile game is. But I do believe 10 mil per hour is diabolical. Well, it's also taking the coins that I get, putting it in here, deleting it from this, and also this is NPC on Ironman. So just keep that in mind. Very important. But I do believe that Hytale is, yes, it's also a voxel game. Yes, it's also a block game. Yes, just like every other game. Just like Minecraft was not the first of its kind, if I'm not mistaken. But the fact is, people really like FPSs that have like a you know, a very solid look to it. And there are about 50 different insanely, you know, fucking solid, successful games that have come out in that area, right? Let's go down to a niche of BR. That has multiple insanely successful areas, right? And they're all pretty well similar. Extraction shooters have multiple very insanely successful ones, and they all kind of look the same, but then they have one that kind of stands out a little bit, which is the Arc Raiders situation. Very cool in its own right. There's a lot of them, but Hytale is... I think that it can do more than Minecraft can. Not to say it's going to be the biggest game out there. Who knows what could happen, right? I don't believe that that's just instantly going to happen. I'm not like under some like idea that for some reason after all of the fucking years and years and years and years and years, decade plus of this, that's just going to happen. But I think that it can do more with less restrictions because it's not owned by Microsoft, who is like heavily trying to push a broken game that they can just take all of the good ideas and monetize them. You know what I mean? Do you think it'll make Skyblock die? Oh, hell no. No, Skyblock is much different, but it's its own thing. I do think that you're going to see... And it's not going to, like... It's not going to kill Skyblock. But I do think it's going to hurt the number of players online at a given time. But it's not a bad thing at all. Because Skyblock's still getting updates. It's still its own thing. Hytale's going to get its updates. It's its own thing. But they're both underneath the HYPIXEL umbrella. They're winning either way. But no, Skyblock will not die. It will have no impact on the amount of people who, you know, want to play Skyblock by any more than like a fraction. I think, and that's it. But those will still get replaced by new players anyways, because Skyblock is a whole other thing, you know? The only way that it could kill Skyblock is if they took everything from Skyblock, they put it into Hytale in their new game or whatever. They did all that. They put every single bit of everything they have. They made everyone start from scratch over there and then stopped updating it here. Then I think it would 100% die. On this would die. I think that, but that's not going to happen because that would be really dumb. They're already, they have plans for the future of Skyblock still. Obviously, they're still putting stuff out. It's not like they're like the same people that are working on Skyblock work on that. It's a whole different people. It's legitimately an entirely different scenario. So, and plus the genre of it, it's like, you know, if you play vanilla Minecraft, but you play Skyblock, they're not the same thing. If you played any voxel game and you played Skyblock, they're not the same thing. Skyblock is just an MMORPG inside of a server, inside of Minecraft, on a specific version of Minecraft, being Java. You know what I mean? It's very much selective, very much niche. No, I'm okay. I've seen videos, like I've even like I've seen stuff, right? It's just not for me. I know that like there are, it's kind of to me like I don't like anime and people tell me they need to find a way for me to like it or something. I'm not going to like it just because I don't like it. I just don't like OSRS. I just don't like the visuals. I don't like the style of it. It's just not for me. So me watching a video like that, it's just going to be me watching something I don't visually enjoy on purpose. But no, I get what you're trying to show me is like, you know, but it's just, I've seen the game. I know how long the game's been around, and I know how the game looks, and I know how it looked, and how I know all that stuff. And if I haven't gotten into it right now, it's because I just don't want to get into it, nor do I want to see it because I don't watch the content. So if I was to go watch 14 minutes on or off stream of RuneScape content, that would completely sit on the side of I just don't like looking at it. So why would I do it? You know what I mean? It's about the community. No, I get, but that has nothing to do with like something that I care to know because I don't care to know. You know what I mean? Like I know I don't care to know, so me watching that would be pointless. I think that people who want to be a part of it, that's awesome. But if I don't want to, there's nothing there that needs to be seen for me. You know? It's like I don't play hockey. I don't want to go hear about how hockey fans think. You know, because I just don't like it. Speaking of, I'm going to a hockey game soon. That's interesting. I'm going to a hockey game for a work Christmas party, late Christmas party. My fiance's work's Christmas party. I think that's pretty interesting. Speaking of the hockey thing, that's why it's fresh in my head. I hope Hytale breaks Power World concurrent users. That'd be sick. Well, so they have already stated, I don't know if you guys have seen the amount of support they're seeing and how many people are buying the game and getting ready to play the game. They're expecting 1 million players on launch day. Now, let's remind each other here that I don't think they, like, obviously we don't think they mean 1 million concurrent active players, you know, but like 1 million players on launch day, like over the day. I think that's pretty badass. That's nuts. Like saying that out publicly on X from Simon himself is a very good sign of how this game is going already. Very clearly a very good thing to see. I think that holds a lot of, you know, just good feelings for a lot of people. Pre-orders, I don't know exactly how many, but with the numbers they're seeing, they are expecting 1 million people to be there on launch day. So you could probably expect roughly 1 million people have bought the game. That's fucking nuts. Like, that's for an early access game 6 months after it's technically, you know, like fucking cut off, like it's done, it's over, the game's, you know, fucking halted. 6 months after that, now they're coming out dead. Yeah, the game was dead, like on paper. It was dead, like it was wrote off. But like, you know, now 6 months later, here we are with that much. And keep in mind, there are a lot of people, yes, who know that Hytale's coming, clearly. But I would like to just point out that 7 years ago, do you remember the type of shit you were into exactly? Do you know how many different games you were like hoping for? Or like you guys that are here, you know, but a lot of people don't. There's a lot of things you don't remember from 7 years ago. So a lot of people just have no fucking idea that it's even coming back. They have no goddamn clue. So they'll just randomly see it one day and be like, holy shit. And then they'll start talking about it with their buddies. And more people are going to come in. It's like it only just kind of low-key came back. Nowhere near the 61 million people from before that saw the announcement or whatever. It still has a lot of people who are going to find out and get excited and get involved. But I think it has quite the insane number to go off of to start at this point. I think expecting 1 million people day one is wildly successful. I don't know how many games do that nowadays, but holy shit, you know, like especially with the amount of work they put into it, with how little, you know, decency, how little decent work was done from actually, like, you know, Riot's side throughout all those years. They had to just scrap everything they did essentially. You know, and fix everything they did, and then also try to add more to it to make it playable in a very short window of time. So, I'm hoping that it goes smoothly, but if it does go smooth or it doesn't, either way, it's going to be very successful day one. Depending on how fast they can smoothen out the rough edges, day 2 and day 3, it could only go higher, you know? And then by the time they come out with like a legitimate release of like a full-fledged game, I think the numbers for right now will only be higher then. So that's my guess. 500 million active users at one time, locking it in for $500 on whatever gambling site is offering it. All right, chat, that's my guess. Locking it in. Believe it. You know, another number. I need another number. I need to know. I need to know. Does anyone just know off the top of their heads what the highest amount of players at one single time was for any game on launch of like early access or any version of said game? What was the highest single moment player count for any game that was launching on that day? Let's go launch name highest CCU. Elden Ring. Okay, so Elden Ring, they had like a huge fan base. Huge fan base. Right? Massive. Previous games and all that stuff and all whatever. Huge. Massive. What number did they pull for like throughout the whole day, individual players and or you know, concurrent single moment players? If anyone has those numbers or can like estimate those numbers from something they pretty sure they remember. Doesn't have to be like exact, but like if you guys happen to remember. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Roblox is considered just a game. I think that's considered a cult that you cannot stop. I think it's just a never-ending fucking like hive mind. Goddamn, Hytale release tomorrow. Hey, see, that's what I was just talking about. Like, some people just don't know. I think that's incredibly hilarious at the timing of that. I like to see it. Dude, hell yeah. Yeah, it's releasing tomorrow at 10 a.m. EST. Very, very, very close. Elden Ring with 953,426 all-time peak 3.8 years ago. Almost 1 million people at one single time on launch, I assume. So if Hytale even reaches, like, let's be realistic with what the game is and how it was dead for like, well, really, you know, likely to die for 7 years, I swear, and then dead for 6 months, and early access came out of the fucking blue, and a lot of people are just relearning that that's the truth, or learning now that that's the truth, or relearning that it exists, or remembering that it exists, or whatever. I think that if we realistically saw 50 to 100,000 people on at one single time, it's already extremely successful because it's, again, super early access with all those other factors involved in it. But I believe it'll still surpass a good amount over 100K. But with those factors, the fact that it's just a standalone by itself game, a voxel game, which is a niche thing, with all of those factors, I think that's incredibly fucking optimistic to say like it's going to reach like anywhere near what like these AAA games are hitting that are like full-fledged games that have like, you know, multiple games before that, decades of friggin' community building and fan building and all that stuff, hitting like 900K, 1 million, whatever. I think that it's very likely that we don't see it hit any higher than 200,000, but I think that between 100, 200K is pretty solid. Yeah, some people are going to be like expecting the numbers like reaching like 1 million just because they're excited and they don't understand the size of games and like what makes that possible, because there is very little that could ever hit those numbers even in the next 10 years. But I think that if I had to like put a fucking crazy guess out there, my guess is like 250K. I hope that it reaches higher than that, but I think that it's understandable to be like, a lot of people are going to see this. It's super early access. They're not going to want to buy it. Like I know a couple of you guys have mentioned the past couple days, right? Or the past couple times I've streamed. You want to wait to see how it goes, because obviously right now it's still super early access. Not that like, you're not super excited to play it, but because of that, I think that 100K to 200K in that realm. It's $20 US before tax, $19.99. Because they actually did a good job of making Hytale and how much content you have. Well, it's going to take a lot of, you know, fixing of bugs and problems and stuff like that, because again, super early access, but I think that the game itself has proven to be very much so enough to be ready to go. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it yet. You know, I really think that that's the case. But again, super early access. I'm pretty sure they use that word super in front of it. You have to go in with an open mind. You cannot expect a finished product, right? Very much so important. A lot of people will complain over the bugs on release day. I'm going to probably find, like, I'm probably going to find myself complaining a little bit here and there on certain things, not in a way that's like, oh, how fucking dare they, but like, oh, dude, fuck, this thing doesn't even work. Oh my God. But like, I want you guys to take it with a grain of salt. I won't be like under the idea that that's something that we shouldn't have. Like, we'll have a shit ton of problems, but I think it might just be something that I'll have to remind myself. Super early access. Yeah, the game is, keep in mind how much new games cost nowadays. The game is 50% to 100% to 200% to 300% cheaper than some games that come out nowadays. It's pretty fucking wild. That are like genuinely not that good. That Hytale, you know, and also the graphics, you know, that like they're putting in, like the actual like the minimum graphic requirements. If you guys have seen those, holy shit. Your friggin' GPU legitimately could cost the same as the game. I don't know if that's exactly true. You guys go look that up. But holy shit. My God. Like, they're being mega inclusive with this. Oh, so Curse Break Edition, that one being like, what is it, like $80? That one gives you like cosmetic stuff for like, you know, just more support to the game, cosmetics to be like, yo, I'm like I bought this edition to like really support more, and that's awesome to do. I personally think that for myself, if I wasn't in a position where I'm in, where I need to save and spend money on things that like, if I don't spend money on debts and like certain things I need to do and like get money ahead for a down payment, I will never make it out of this place, and I'll probably lose my mind mentally. I will be completely screwed. I have to spend less money. $20 on the game for now? Fuck yeah. I'll probably end up buying a secondary account at some point. So, there's also that. Do you think we will get HYPIXEL SKYBLOCK type game? Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I don't know what they plan on doing for something like that, but I guarantee you someone, if not them themselves, are going to do this in there. Probably straight up identical. Or incredibly inspired by. Someone will do it. Anyone can start a massive server. As long as they have the funds and the means to do so, someone will do it. It's a proven concept. Like, they know that like the style of game is very popular. They know that it's very popular in, you know, Minecraft as a whole. So obviously, if they do it over there, they're gonna have a really good fucking time doing it. So the right person with the right amount of funds and the right team goes after it, they'll do well. As long as they have the passion for it. Insane anti-cheat on release, or else cheaters will come day 2. There's always going to be problems. But it is, look at it like, you know, for what it is, right? There are servers, but it's going to be a game. Like Minecraft, like any voxel game, like fucking, like even Peak, you know, like just games like that. It is a game that you play and you can mod heavily. So people will cheat in games, but that's because you can mod it. Now, if people will try to break said game and do really fucked up things to said game, those people will be dealt with, most likely, very much so. And also, they're doing it by themselves, you know, their own single player way. It's not a server, it's a game. And the game servers, like whatever, I don't know exactly. I don't know about all the details. But I'm going to tell you now, I believe when people make servers, I don't think there will be any problems with having like actual EU servers on like Minecraft with its limitations. Like I said before, they have a lot of limitations over here. That they can't just do things the way they want to do it because they don't have access to the actual game itself. They're just working with it. How they can work around it. You know what I mean? But if you guys do want to, I'm going to remind you now. A lot of people were wondering about servers. I do have some good news for people who actually want to get a server for you and your friends. If you guys check the pinned comment on Twitch, you guys can. Also, later, dude. Are going home, BRB got you, dude. All right, if you guys don't know, the pinned comment you guys can get using bisec.com/VOXY and use that link. And also that code if you guys want to guarantee help your boy. You guys can get a server for day one for Hightail, but it's not just for Hightail. If you don't want, you can use it for literally any game and swap it between games on a moment's notice. You just do it. It's fucking wicked. I use it for, 7 Days to Die for a bit. Use it for Minecraft. Use it for fucking, you can use it for Rust. You can use it for Ark. You can use it for, fucking CSGO. You can use it for Minecraft. Again, you can swap it back over to Hightail. You can use it for Hightail for like a week. Swap it over. Save your instances. All that stuff. It's cool shit. It's awesome. I've been using it for a while. So, do that. Just do that. If you guys want to do that. If you guys are looking to buy a server, then you guys can do it with that. There are a lot of options, but that's the one I would obviously, I have the most experience with. I love it. I think it's great. So, that's pretty fucking wicked. Now, this is important because the other day, we had a lot of people asking, like, if it was like a server thing, you'd host it, locally. You can do, I'm sure you can do, like, fucking local. I'm sure you can host your own server on your PC. Anyone can for any game, always. But for those who don't want to do that or can't do that or whatever, you want to buy a server, Bisect is fucking goated. So, they've also given away, I don't know, probably like 5 servers to you guys over the time of work with them too, as well as worked with me and some other stuff too. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool individuals. We like them. And then I have my server that I've had open for different occasions with you guys over the time too. So I will be doing the SMP on it to start off, and then eventually I might turn it into something, different over time. We'll find out, but it's gonna be pretty cool. Yeah, just having a friend with a home server for hosting, that's a dime and a dozen are gonna do that for sure. Fuck it, time to get a third PC, chat. Start hosting a server on one PC, stream PC is the second PC, and the main PC is the third PC, and then I game on that one. Yikes. Don't judge me. Me now. Gone too far. You've gone too far. Dude, I need to freaking upgrade my one PC even though. I need someone who like really knows their shit to like tell me if I have problems with certain things, like, what to upgrade directly, what's the most important to upgrade right off the bat. But I feel like if I'm looking at my stream PC, it's like, gotta upgrade the fucking RAM and the GPU. I feel like that's legit the only thing I would have to worry about, but... new mayor, I didn't play for a bit. So, finally, Aura's going away. They only have, what, like 3 days left, I think? Oh, actually, 1 day, 18 hours, it says. Hold up. I thought that was a different number. It was too long. It was way, way, way too much. Also, mayor elections. 467. 3 days, 1 hour, 37 minutes, 18 seconds. Wait, hold up. So, that opens up in that amount of time. But this one ends... The election's over in a day, 18 hours. What? So they just got a specific one that's coming in? But yeah, the Aura Mayor, I'm gonna be honest, it was too much for too long. Just way too spammed. So I'm glad that it's finally almost over, but Very short little bit of time left, thankfully. Then we can eventually get some proper changes and updates and fixes and, you know, all that stuff. But the PC. So I have an issue, and I find that I don't know, and like this is the problem. I don't know if it's specifically the PC or if it's the capture card directly. But every once in a while, it'll just, you know, it'll kind of tweak out a little bit and lag a little bit when I get, like, let's say, well, I believe it's the PC more so. I'll get like a certain notification, and that will like lag out the streaming software, and then on top of that, like, you know, sometimes the visuals are just kind of tweaking by themselves. I don't know if it's a capture card, but I believe that it's the actual hardware that's trying to do it, because I have 3 streams going out on a single PC that I have with the capture card going over to my main gaming PC to visually show off what I'm doing. So like, if it was just the capture card would kind of tweak out in the game, that's it, then I would be like, all right, it's just that, good to go. But I believe it's my specs because, you know, certain things happen and, like, you know, starts tweaking. Like, if someone super chats on YouTube sometimes, it legitimately just fucking crumbles the stream for a couple moments. It's kind of funny because you can pay to destroy it, but at the same time, it's a little bit fucked because then it destroys it for all 3. You know, all 3 streams. But unfortunate. However, that PC was an old PC that I had years and years and years ago. It has a 2070 in it and an i7 8700K. 8700K. And about, like, I think, I don't know if it's 16 or, hold up, let me see. Let me see what this is. How do I look at the, there we go. So, memory. I have 16 gigs of RAM in it. Not exactly ideal. 3200 is the speed of said RAM. What the fuck is the... I'm assuming DDR4? I don't know. DDR... How do I even check that? I don't even know. But anyway, so it has... yeah. It has a couple of problems. But it's an older PC that I just said, fuck it, I need to stream PC directly. So, yeah. 3200 is DDR4 speeds? Okay, got you. My guess is, like, I don't think the CPU would be a big problem, but I feel like the RTX 2070 might be the issue if I'm doing 3 streams and all that stuff, recording or whatever. But there's also a possibility that Meld itself, being a newer streaming software I started using when I started using, you know, this stuff, just because I like what they're doing more. I don't know if it's just a problem with that specifically. I don't know. But the nightmare that it is to go between Meld and fucking OBS, I don't want to do. You know? I don't want to have to deal with it. OBS was awesome, but I swear to God, it's just... It's a dying ecosystem. Also love you. I appreciate the love, Reddy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the stream. Howdy, howdy. Good to find. Got you, dude. I appreciate that. Yeah, like every once in a while, I get this issue of like session issues or capture device error, and you know, missing sources or whatever. That just happens because I have a fucking Razer Keo, but stuff like this where it keeps thinking it's unplugged or something. I don't know if it's maybe like a power problem or maybe like, you know, it could be like a faulty cord, or it could be, you know, the actual capture card, but then also other things like, you know, when it fucks up, chat, my God, like I'll get an alert and the alert will, you know, tweak it out for a little while too, or it'll just happen out of nowhere in general. So yeah, OBS for multi-streaming, I kind of got over it. I didn't want to deal with that, so when I went to a dual PC setup, I said, fuck it, I'm just going to go with Meld. Meld is newer, they're doing updates properly to it directly, you don't have to worry about all these random-ass plugins and all that stuff. I wasn't a fan of using the stuff that they had, so Meld is what I chose, but if I'm, like, going to have to upgrade this PC, I want to try to find a budget, strong, decent performance option to upgrading this PC, and what I'd have to upgrade directly is probably a, you know, something I'll have to like slowly work on, but I'm not exactly a tech guru. I don't know shit. But goddamn, do I know. I hate having to use a dual PC setup, but I fucking love having a dual PC setup because, like, even though it sucks to have to deal with it, my God, I can actually play games with decent quality and have zero issues. Like no issues at all. Oh, I love it. So as long as I can fix the other problems, then chilling. Welcome back. Don't wanna feel. Lesson 4, I need which capture card using? The Elgato 4K60. The one that you just plug into your actual PC. It's like $300-ish Canadian. I think it's the 4K60. PCIe. I know there's one other one that you can plug directly in. It's like 500 something bucks or whatever it is. I don't know what the fucking difference is there other than maybe just a higher refresh rate that you can capture in or something. But chat, when I saw that, fuck no for me. Playing at 1440, 120 is fine with me. Okay, let's get ourselves a wee bit of a check. Okay, we're at 412.6 million on the helmet. I still have 3 books I need if I wanted to hit that number today. And we're already at almost 4 hours live. That is not where I expected to be. Getting 2 books in like 3.5 hours roughly of Diana, you know, just grinding, but I think that's rather lackluster, I can't lie. Gotcha. Okay, this has got to be a book. It has to be a book. Like, there's no question about it. Fuck. It's not going to be a book. The ferocity just never hits when you need it to. It does right until the fucking last hit where, like, alright, then it just, you know, it's like 4.4 mil, and then you get, like, you know, 3.8 mil, and the ferocity doesn't hit still, and you're like, fuck. Pop out. Chad, I swear to God, if I ever get to a point where I'm, like, financially okay, and I can just, like, legitimately get an absolute unit of a PC, just, like, build an absolute fucking just brick shithouse of a PC, I will probably just sit there and hug it and cry. Mod pay. Dude, I would love to be able to do that, but then they would have to legitimately be, like, active, you know what I mean? And then that'd be another problem. Because then, like, even if you can pay a mod, the problem is they would have to make it a job. And in doing so, you would instantly have to start fucking, like, you know, looking at it like a job performance-wise. And it would just, dude, it's just weird. It's odd. Like, I've always said that, like, when I saw certain people, obviously rich people doing rich people shit, where they can just pay up mods like a certain amount per hour or whatever. Like, you know, you have to be fucking loaded to be able to afford that. Because yeah, you need a lot of money. But I remember seeing someone show off the first time. It was a smaller streamer who made like a little story about how he tried to pay his mods and he had to stop streaming because of it. I'm like, dude, why would you put yourself in that position? I was like, just mod yourself, and if someone wants to help, they can help. You're not required to pay mods. It's not like a fucking position at a goddamn restaurant chain where you have fucking a 401k and, you know, dental and whatever. The streamer doesn't even have fucking coverage for anything. Like, we're done in 2 days if shit goes sideways, dude. Like, it's over. Yeah, not a full 8-hour shift, exactly. Yeah, you gotta find people. Oh my god. You gotta have HR, you gotta fucking do taxes, you gotta, like, fuck all that, dude. Hell nah. My god. But if I ever got to a point where I could, that'd be badass. That'd be wicked, dude. You're paying people to watch your stream. You're legit buying your viewers if you look at it that way. It's pretty badass. and no one's saying anything about it. Like, it's okay now. Maybe limiting factor, also how much VRAM you have on your GPU. Meld is quite a new software for streaming, so good thing to do is contact them, get some information about support with this problem. Next thing, remember CPU is also kind of important because not all of encoding is also done with GPU. Always done in GPU. I heard that Elgato capture card has problems with switching resolution and with pings output on monitors, but it don't matter strictly to Hypixel, more competitive like FPS games. So like that's all really helpful information. My problem with reading that information now is it kind of put me into a similar scenario where it's like everything could be a problem, and that's exactly what I was assuming. And I was kind of hoping it's like everything could be a problem. So it's like, fuck, I might have to upgrade my RAM, my CPU, my GPU, my everything. I'm like, fuck me. You know what I mean? Then I'm like, ah, shit. I don't know about all that. You know what I mean? It's like just... I really wish it was cut and dry like one thing, but... I didn't want to have to build a new PC, but then just to get my dual PC set up and everything it needed to do, like to get there, it cost me legit like 1,600 Canadian dollars to get everything situated. And that's before even going into upgrading the older PC at all. Like, it just keeps costing more and more and more and more and more and more and more money. So with me trying to pay off debts and, like, you know, fucking build a down payment and, like, get these things out of the way and, like, you know, try to build a future or whatever, then also having to just sink any money I do find into all this stuff is just fucking comical. I think it could be a problem, but also a problem with the software, so I recommend first contacting Meld. Gotcha, yeah, I'll have to do that for sure. Want to trade PCs. Yeah, trading PCs. I mean, my, like, I actually just want specs for my main PC, like, very, very just, like, ballpark specs, just, like, real quick. Nothing too crazy. But the stream PC, yeah, is a 2070 i7 8700K, 16 gigabytes of 3200 DDR4. Then, I think, like, the Z390 motherboard, like, I'm pretty sure is what it was. I can double check real quick, actually, because now it's in my head. Actually, no, I can't, because I don't even know where the fuck to look for that, like, on a moment's notice. But yeah, anyways, I'm pretty sure it's a Z390. I think the motherboard would be able to, you know, take a decent, you know, decent upgrade without having to be dealt with at all, right? 5070 Ti 9800X 3D. I'm down, dude. Fucking pretty goddamn Hillary Swanky, my man. Pretty goddamn goated if I might, you know, get my hands on said peripherals, my man. My brother. If you would like to send them my way, fair maiden, I would be very happy. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to try to just directly message Meld and just hope to God, like, get a support team or whatever. Hope to God they can give me, like, an idea. Because as far as I remember, Meld being a newer situation, they have some sort of, like, I'm assuming logs type of scenario that I can use to give them a lot more information that they can like really dive into. I would assume. I would love to be able to just get myself a fucking absolute beefer juicer of a PC, but I swear to God, every time I take a step forward and I do better, it just gets worse. And I gotta spend more, and then I just end up having nothing again. And I believe that if it doesn't get to a point where I can, like, find a workaround for it, then I will not be able to do this much longer. And that scares me. Because every single thing that happens now requires more and more and more and more and more money, and you have to keep doing more and more and more to get there, and it just becomes more of a sucker of painter, dude. Unless I just want to limit myself to only playing 2 very specific things, and that's literally it. Because I could just go and be like, all right, I'm only going to play on one PC, I'm going to stream off one PC, and I'm going to only do that. That's it. Solely. Nothing else. But then I, again, limit myself to very specific games. Oh, yeah, nice burp. Thought I'd censor that for you guys in the front row. Oh, yeah. A 5090, you get like 60 frames in Star Citizen. What the hell? New games equal... how can we beef up you know, everything to look incredible, but just cross our fingers that anyone can run it? What's the smallest window of time we can make said game, make it look wild, and just throw a fucking goddamn little bit of RNG into the mix for the performance? Will someone be able to play it? I don't fucking know. We never played it ourselves. We just had a couple people code some stuff up or whatever and throw it in Unreal Engine and say, all right, seems like it works. Let's just go sell this as a new game. $80 US, and everyone's like, this is it. We're so fucking back. I did Enderman again. Oh, what? Okay, I knew it was wrong, but I just clicked it. Wow, what, dude? Wow, I fucked up, dude. All right, take me. I'm not dealing with that, dude. No, get me. Take me out. I'm not doing this. No, thank you. Holy shit. 390 million, buddy. Come on. Wow, that was disgusting. Dude, 390 million HP runic sphinx because I clicked the wrong option, looking directly at it on purpose, saying that's not it. Clicked it anyways. That's just ADHD taking over, dude. That's all that is. But like that's just like there's no fixing that. Adderall, but I'm not doing that, so that's more like it. See, holy shit. Is bad optimization? I wouldn't even say bad optimization. I would say zero optimization. They straight up just say, all right, we know how to code a game. We know Unreal Engine takes care of 99% of it, and we know AI can just do as much work as possible nowadays. And as long as we know that if we go a little test, it says, okay, yes, this runs, they're just like, all right, that's more money in our pockets. We paid 3 real humans and 1 fucking toaster to build our game, so let's just go ahead and make it. Let's throw that out there. Well, I'm just saying, like most games, but yeah, I don't know. Space, wait, say space what? Oh, I said Space Raiders, Star Citizen. Space Raiders, close enough. That, I'm not sure what that's like, but I swear to God, like, just every single fucking thing is just... We all know how bad it's gotten. Dude, it just seems like this is the new meta here. Churn out as many random, quote, you know, AAA games. Space simulators, yeah. What's the most unoptimized, shaky, you know, fucking barely playable game out there that's come out in, like, the past, like, couple of years? I'm hearing that that's Borderlands 4. That's what I heard. Kind of seems like a cyberpunk-esque start to the game. Oh, we got number 3 for the day. We need 2 more. Oh, baby. Look at that. Okay, edit. 97. We're at 98. Save. Yes, sir, dude. Wukong and Borderlands. Wukong was like that. Didn't people say that game was like fucking goated with sauce? I feel like if they were like super hyped, it should have been at least like decently playable. Or was it just a mess? Thank you, thank you. Good old beefer of a drop there. I mean, like, normally I don't care about chimeras, but once I realized that I was that close, I'm like, all right, now this is getting exciting. And on top of that, I did go up already 50 million plus on the Schmelmet, so that's pretty good. Game's amazing, but it takes a beefy GPU. Would you say like a 3080 Ti would be able to play that game at like 60 frames? Hypothetically. Talking like 32 gigs RAM, fucking 3080 Ti. I'm not like planning to play it myself personally, just more so out of curiosity. Cosplaying Dungeons, I rarely ever play, but I just kind of do whatever I need to do. Like, you know, if I can just stick with Burrs, then that's Burrs and Arch 99.9% of the time, if ever. Usually what I'd go with. What res? 1440 at like, let's say 120 hertz. I don't think that matters, but the hertz anyways, but we're gonna throw that out there in case it does. Well, yeah, no, it's a resolution 1440p, but yeah, if just putting out the old HC just to give you an idea of where I'm like normally at, just because why not? I thought I just kind of like sadden myself knowing that I can't just use 166 hertz chat how I'm supposed to be using right now with my 1440p, because I got to put it out at a multiplicative of the old capture cards. What's it called? You know what I'm saying? Pretty good. Pretty good. Love that. Kind of saddened me. $60-ish FPS average. That's pretty good. 3080 Ti being like rather, you know, like obviously I'll say this, the 30, it's a very powerful, you know, capable GPU to this day, and it will be for a while, but for what has come out, comparing it to a 5090 or 4090 or whatever, 4080 or 5080, whatever it may, you know, obviously then, because new shit happens, yes, they're better, but the fact that there are games on a 3080 Ti that would be questionably even remotely playable is fucked. That genuinely grosses me out. The fact that that's even allowed. Buddy. You want to play a new game? It only costs $60. But wait, you need to spend $1,000 on each individual PC component just to be able to play it decently. And you also need thousands more to have a secondary PC, and then you also need 1,000 plus to be able to connect those PCs, to be able to fucking do those things, to stream it. And you need to cry a little bit, and you need to do on camera so we know we hurt you enough. Then we give you the pass to play our game, and only then. We want to know we hurt you. We want the satisfaction of seeing your fucking tears. You know, put them in a certain tray and sample, you know, send it right over to us and everything, so we can get like confirmation that they were real tears. And then and only then can you play Borderlands fucking 4. All right, important stuff. And then we'll ban you and block your whole fucking shit. You can't play it anymore because you moved at like more than well, you had at least 60 frames. We can't be having that. You're clearly cheating. Out of here. 1,000 USD. Remember the cost of RAM and GPU at this moment. Yep. Yep. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. One thing I'm happy about is out of me having to spend all this money to get my dual PC setup working without having, if you guys know how dual PC setups look when you don't just have like a thing like what I have, the Rodecaster Duo. So glad I could get that finally, but I'm pissed off that that's the way I had to do it. It was like forcibly upgraded into something like that. If you guys don't know how bad a dual PC setup could look with all the individual cables, if you don't want to go like a unit like this would look like, it, dude, it's disgusting. But I'm glad I got that out of this. But I'm only at the beginning. Now I have to keep upgrading more. Especially since I want to be multi-streaming. Not just streaming. Multi. I would like to add in the fact that, like, technically it's fucking pointless to multi-stream over to Kick. In my honest opinion, streaming on Kick is completely useless for everybody except for the people who are over there solely over there by itself and bringing in a bunch of new viewers for, like, you know, content outside of everything like that. But I do it anyways because no ads. And also 95.5. Hey, 95% of the streamer. Pretty good stuff. However, I can't stop it because I've let people use it. Now they're happy with it. Now they made their home there. All right. There's always one or two people just chilling there. All right. I've already done it to myself. I can't stop it now. Well, okay. So it's useless to be on Kick unless you're only on Kick, in my opinion, because if you're not putting, well, like in this situation where, like, I tell everyone in the videos to watch, they're going to go to one place. I can't tell them, go to Twitch, go to Kick, go to YouTube, go to all three. Like, most of the stuff that works and happens to be, like, decent, I swear to God, Kick is so bad with bots that, like, multi-streaming, I have to just kind of, like, block people from chatting there, like, entirely, unless I just want to have nonstop bot activity. It is unreal. If Gentle Spy is here right now, give him a scale of 1 to 10 how much you hate the bot activity over there. You need to have that, like, your main place, moderated heavily. You know, you need these things to kind of make it feel okay. But if you're multi-streaming, Kick is fucking dead, dude. Like, it is so goddamn dead. Unless you have people, like, telling them directly to go there, and you're only there, people won't go there. They will never stay there. They will always go to Twitch or YouTube. Kick is very niche. It is very weird. Unless you're gambling on stake, or you are doing some sort of Omegle-esque chat room type of scenario and doing something weird, then people will find you over there, because obviously there's a lot of people who watch that kind of stuff, given the fact that they okayed that for so long. That's unfortunate that they pushed that for so long, because that's obviously what people are going to associate with it. Weird people, because they fucked up too much. All right, we're not going to talk about all that stuff, but I swear to God, the amount of people that go to Kick, and then if they are real, they instantly go somewhere else. Like, and if they ever do, like, they're in there for like a moment, they put some sort of like bot ass thing saying, please come to my stream, or it's an actual bot that's just straight up trying to get you to click on something weird or go somewhere weird. And then there's one unique person. They're like, what the fuck is this? And then they leave. But then Twitch, you can still organically find people. YouTube, 100% absolutely can. Kick is a weird place. It's very odd. So, like I said before, stream only there or stream everywhere. And you can stream on Kick too, but it's really not that important in my opinion. I believe that from my, like, you know, heavy amount of multi-streaming that I've done. I don't know about you guys, but it's an interesting place that just seems to be rather cricket-like. You know, if it had a sound, it'd just be crickets and then a little bit of like R2D2. You know, I'm gonna be honest. It's just you're gonna hear a little bit of crickets and then a little bit of like a, like, you know, maybe like a Tesla or something like that, and then you're gonna see a fucking. I'm actually a talented graphics designer. If you want to buy my, you know, shit like that, and then I'll go right back to crickets. There's nothing there. Yeah, so advice for players on Skyblock. I would just focus on enjoying yourself. I genuinely I stopped giving like proper, like decent thought out advice a long time ago. Do what's fun to you. Give yourself a goal. Go for that goal. That's literally it. That's the only thing I'll say now. It truly is not worth, you know, I think, saying anything else. If you wanted to know the best way to make money, there's videos and stuff like that. But if you really do want to play the game and play it for a while, do what's fun to you and only worry about that. Because no matter what that is, you will have so many different avenues that you're going to go into over that time that you're just going to learn so much about the game and how it works and whatever anyways. So, you know, you're going to find out a lot. Organically. Unless your favorite thing to do is, unless if it's just to upgrade your cobblestone minion on your island and you have no intention of doing anything else, then you're kind of lost. You're done for. But, you know, that's a unique scenario, you know? You don't find shit. Another book! Another book! We're one away! Oh my god, brother. Last one incoming. 99 out of 100. Actually, should I just do this? No, I'll leave that. The final book, Y100. Well, I mean, I've dropped 99 as of right now, and I'm about to hit 100, so I'm just gonna say that's my 100th, just to be, you know, like, damn, this just happened, by the way. Not like I have to drop 100 or my family's gonna, you know, like put me through like what's it called? Where, like, I was gonna say deposit. Jesus Christ, make a deposit at like the psych ward or something. Just more so like, hey, I hit this. That's fucking nuts. So here's the 100th book coming soon. But really, what my main problem is I just want to get this to 1 billion. It's not like a goal for me to hit 100 books, but it's just like, damn, we're about to hit our 100th book. By the way, you know, little side quest, I guess. Grinding for E-Man 5 and I have a goal. Yeah, your goal is E-Man 5. Yeah, exactly how he said it. Like, you're grinding for E-Man 5. That's your goal. So in doing so, all right, now look at it. What can help you? Final Destination Armor. The Juju Bow is something you want to get from that later on, so that could also be a goal for you, a little side goal, as well as the E-Man 5 like number, which I'm assuming is the reason you want to hit it. You can be like, all right, your goal is to up the katana, get your MP to a higher point so you have more damage and survivability, and you can figure out what the best thaumaturgy power stone situation is. You can figure out how to set your stuff there, what the best pet is, Enderman. You can figure out, you know, the certain healing and whatever you can do to get to higher tiers, and another micro goal is to try to eventually kill a tier 4. You know, like, they are goals. Like, my goal is to get the 1 billion coin helmet, because why not? But my side goal is now just to finish. Oh, that could have been the last one right there, but it wasn't. Is to finish that 100th book, just because 100 books is pretty goddamn cool to say. Though, is that technically a huge achievement? No. I thought it was for X amount of weapons using Chimera. Well, I have 4 with Chimera 5. I have 2 more Chimera 5s just sitting around as books. So I have 4 tools. I have both tier 3 daggers with Chimera 5. I have the Ragnarok blade or whatever at Chimera 5 and the Daedalus at Chimera 5. I have 2 Chimera 5 books sitting in a chest, and now I have, when I get 1 more Chimera, I will have a Chimera 3 sitting around, and then eventually, I'm just going to get more anyways, but that is technically just, like, you know, future-proofing, I guess, as well as my main goal of, oh, brother, look at this, whoa, that's my 2nd ever. Oh my god, that feels good. Dude, moistened. I moistened the whole fucking room, dude. Humidity just went up by like 99%. Jesus Christ. God, that's delicious. Holy crap. Look at that. Get a relic too. Why not? Oh, F. Never mind. My pet rules. So, when you dig a burrow, it swaps to the griffin. When I kill a mob, a mythological mob, it swaps to the golden dragon, which they added, by the way, as an actual thing, even though apparently what they said is it's not something they want you to be doing, is swapping to get your magic find from it, which makes no fucking sense at all, because they added that, but that's what I have it set to, so if it's on ferocity, it still works, and if it's not swapped on the kill, ferocity doesn't kill it, then that doesn't work, which you don't get the bonus magic find, RIP, but then I also have on rod throw, if I like on rod throw, it goes to the golden dragon, unless I have the golden dragon out, and then I have the same thing for the griffin. So those are the 4 I have, just in case I accidentally swap or something like that, and I need to swap back. But that was more so just if I was in a party when I want to loot share, but that's it. That is all. So the main ones you need, if you're not doing a party, get rid of those rod swap ones, do the other 2. If you're in a party, you kind of want all 4. I was going to set the title to be like, this stream doesn't end till I drop my 100th Chimera. But then I kind of, you know, I just snapped into reality. Like, there was a day on here where I went like 6 hours of gameplay and I got 1 book, even with all the buffs being active. Just on the aura event, even with my magic find being what it is, the same as right now, essentially. The same as right now. Where you saw that 1 book I got was like 538 magic find, and that's obviously not with like a certain amount of things on that I could go do, but like still, no shuriken, no beacon, missing a couple accessories, whatever, right? I didn't think that was a good idea, so I was just kind of like really crossing my fingers that I was going to get this today with, you know, the 100 being done today, and we are 1 away right now. It's still not a guarantee because it has been 4 hours and 16 minutes that I've been live, but we will hope for the best. Weird spot of progress, and you do a lot of things to do more things, like get term, do E-man, finish mining, etc. Well, that's kind of it's kind of nice though, right? Like that's definitely a good thing to see, because then you have more you can go do, progress in, mini goals, you know. You got like content to actually go off of. For me, it's like everything is just, all right, spend more money. And then just be really bored gaining that money. And then, so. The fact that this is what I'm going after when it has such a legitimately fucking, like, you know, nullified, you know, like you hit the brick wall, you get a little bit more, like a teensy bit more magic find and damage. And that's it. That's all. I guess I'm getting like the mini things are like 100 chimeras coming up. I'm going to slowly max out the bestiary for the last couple mobs that, you know, are newer in here that I have yet to max out. I have like 1,000 more kills on one of them, for example, the harpy. And that's about it. Braided griffin feathers, that's also nice, because right now, that's one less, you know, a little bit of a rack thing you got to do. Also, are they worth anything?
What?
1 mil. You could suck my left toenail, buddy. What? 1 mil. Give me another one right now. Fuck. Not enough money right now. Probably one thing I don't want to do, powder grind for mining. Are you on a Ironman or a regular profile, by the way? I'm assuming you're on a regular... no, Ironman. You're probably on Ironman. If your problem is money. Oh, you're on a regular. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, look at it this way, right? Look at any grind you got to do. Let's say powder grinding. Keep in mind, the entire time you're doing that, you're gaining diamond essence, you're gaining gold essence, you're gaining powder, you're gaining robo parts, or you're gaining sludge, or you're gaining, you know, treasure, all these things. Every single thing that you're doing is gaining more money as you go. Everything. Every single thing you're doing is gaining money as you're grinding. Every single thing in there. So you could sell everything you get, and you will make a lot of money you will make a lot of money doing that. You might not notice at first, but it will compound over time, you know, just into less stress for you later on. There's also the bestiary you get from things spawning in. You kill them. There's also the events. You get, like, you know, more stuff out of that. There's also the, you know, the Scathers. You could probably go for to do some of that as well for fun. There's also, you know, you can kill Bowels in between that for a little bit of fun. And again, that's more money. You could do all sorts of stuff. You find a Jasper grotto. You could sell that. Keep that in mind as well. You could sell those locations to people inside of the Mining Cult Discord. They'll pay some money for it. Or you could use them. Kill butterflies. You know, get the Jasper, you know, yourself as well. You could do those. All the gems you're getting from opening this stuff. The Hearthstone you're getting. The collection you're getting. The, you know, armadillos you're getting. That's even more money, too. Like, it's not a shit ton, but it all adds up. Does Thorns do something on Skyblock? It does. I don't think a lot of people really use it that much. I don't think that's something that, like, a lot of people really need, because there's this beautiful thing called First Strike. And that, if you have Thorns and it hits another enemy beside you, or if they hit you and then you lose that First Strike to Thorns, that kind of sucks. But I mean, early on, why not have it? Because if something hits you and it just dies, that's helpful. Upgraded my dungeon setup. Get term. E-Man setup, like last time I played, the best way to kill E-Man is to get hype. I honestly want to listen. I don't know what people are doing nowadays for like a new best meta. E-Man with melee is the best. Do melee. For the love of God, do melee. Like, it's so easy. It is so incredibly easy. You get, like, some decent, not crazy expensive Crimson, and especially now that it's cheaper and it's easier and all that. Or use the Final Destination and the katanas as well as, you know, whatever. You could do that too. That's also just fine. Melee is so good. A while ago it was, I also used the hype for, like, the majority of the kills. So, when I did mine, yeah, like a couple of years ago as well, I used the hype. But the amount you need to make a hype good is a crazy amount of mana. And especially now, you know, even less... I would say, you know, exciting to use a hype because you don't have mana regen, you know, mana pool, or, you know, Aurora, shit like that. I would say just straight up stick to melee. It is so good. It's essentially a fucking... at a certain point, it's like cheesing the boss. Like, it is so easy if you have a really good setup. But even with a okay setup, very much so worthwhile. Hyperion is really not as expensive right now, but that's not the main part of it. You also need a shit ton of MP. You also need a really, really good amount, like, of, you know, you need to put, like, a really good fucking, you know, a set to use this stuff. You need a good pet. You need really good survivability. You also need to be able to, you know, I would say, get, like, the hits phase out of the way and stuff like that. Like, that's also a thing, but you're gonna need a way to get your mana back. Most people also have to place an orb, and that also takes a lot more of what they have for mana. And I just think that melee is 100% the way to go, because you don't have to worry about how fast you're going to run out. Like, your mana drains faster than you probably realize, even with a very good setup. Like, I believe that I had a very good setup for sure. Not the best, but a very good setup when I was doing mine. And the mana was still at times, you know, just a fucking joke. Like, it, but that's with, at the time, like, you could still have, like, you know, like, god roll pieces with mana pool, mana regen, and everything on that too. So, like, that also helped a lot. So yeah, melee is the way to go. Just like Diana, now melee is the way to go. It's super nice. Don't hate this. If you're, like, doing a duo boss, I think that maybe both you guys using hype is not bad. If you guys really both have a very good setup. But if you're just doing it solo. I think that for most people, you're just going to want to stick to melee, and I feel like that's in today's game, like, you know, the way the game is, how it is today, I think that, you know, melee is just better in like 99% of this shit. I think they kind of push that on purpose, but it is up to you to try and just see what you like more, though, because, like, if you do like to use your hype more, fuck it, you'll find a way. Yeah, because MP is a big part of that. Yeah, forgetting about accessories is something that we all do, kind of. Final Destination armor, I mean, like, I would just go get, if you can, like, stomach getting 5 to 10,000 kills just by grinding up Enderman kills, maybe spawning in tier 1s, just get them out of the way. Just, without even spawning anything, honestly, I believe is probably the best way. Don't even do any tier 1s or anything. Just kill Endermans for, like, 5,000, 10,000. Then try, like, a tier 2. If that goes good, try a tier 3. If you stop at tier 3 because you can't go higher, or you just go to tier 4, try that. I think like 30,000 kills is more than enough for tier 4, assuming you actually have a decent setup. Yo, Scranton, how you doing? What's up, my dude? We're getting our 100th Chimera right now. I took a couple days off for a long weekend just to chill, and now we're back on it. We're getting our last book for the, you know, 100th on Ironman ever. So random little side quest complete. You figured out the best money-making method with Greenhouse. My guess as to what that's going to be is you log on, you get what you get, you sell it, and you log off. That's my guess. For normal profiles, got you. What you got going on? Yo, Melon, why you sad, homie? You got Cactus Spaceman? Dude, I feel you. I got rid of mine when he gave me Cactus. He's like looking at me saying, yeah, I want Cactus. And I'm like, yeah, no fucking thank you. I'm like, I'm okay. So I let him leave. And then eventually, Melon Spaceman came back, and I still don't want to do it because, you know, I'm Iron Man. I don't want to spend all my time getting a piece of glass and no money. Yeah, 100% decline him. If it's a Cactus Spaceman, do not put yourself through that. It is so pointless. That is not worth it in the slightest. I mean, it's up to you. Do you feel like that is something you're going to enjoy? Chances are probably no. I declined them. Good shit, brother. I'm happy for you. I mean, that's the only way to do it. If you get wheat, or you get, I would say, like, yeah, wheat or melon. I feel like the only two you'd want to do. Or netherwart? I don't know. Maybe I guess netherwart's not terrible because then you can also, you know, get like 1 or 2 warties the entire time. That could be okay. You might even get 3 warties. It's possible. Just let lone lilies grow and sell them for 18 mil per. That is definitely not a terrible idea. Oh, I mean, yeah, you just legitimately leave every single spot completely empty. It's like, what's the best way to use the greenhouse? Don't. Leave it empty. Get all your vines, have 3 greenhouses, leave all of them empty, and then sell them all every single time you get on. You will have, I would assume, like, let's say 12 lone lilies for, you know, 100+ million or whatever. That's good stuff right there. Yo, we got Rue with the raid. Welcome, Rue, and welcome, Raiders. How ya doing? Again, Netherwar Spaceman. I'm farming 5 billion worth of Netherwar. I love it so much. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be doing that myself. But it's, hey, to each their own. I don't even want to do the melon one. I feel like that one at least is something that people are like, oh, it's not that bad. But I hate farming and selling. I hate farming and getting rid of things for no good excitement except for just the composter. I definitely am gonna hate it even more so if I just burn it all for a piece of glass, you know? That will just be even worse. Like, you're technically gonna get the bountiful, you know, you're technically gonna get overclockers. Technically, you're gonna get, you know, some XP capsules. Sure. But, however, you're selling 0 melon. And you're losing 1 billion coins. And on an Ironman? Fuck that, brother. Like, nah, dude, I'm good. If I was willing to sit around for 1 billion coins for my own self, that'd be more important. I haven't done that yet. Yeah, wheat's not, like, genuinely horrible because on top of the bountiful, on top of the XP capsules and the overclockers, you're getting, you know, the basket of seeds, right? The enchanted seeds. You get the seeds. But I don't know if I really love that because I don't know how long wheat takes, but I feel as though it would also take an insane amount of time. Given that I feel like they make the price based on both of those drops, so the amount of time you're there is probably going to be a considerable amount. Like, how much time, let's say, would full fermento, full blossom, you know, let's say, let's just call it 2,300 to 2,400 fortune farming on wheat, selling the seeds also on the side river. Obviously, that doesn't matter. Getting all the wheat for Spaceman. Does anyone know what the hell that would take? How many hours? I'm assuming someone here is doing it. They know. I didn't mind doing wheat, but then once you finish doing wheat, you're like, holy shit, I still have to farm another 800 million wheat. I have all the milestones done. Personally, I didn't really do a whole lot of each individual one. They just lowered them by 68%. So a lot of it was just done from that. But, yeah, everything you finish, you just need to keep doing anyways. It's genuinely dumb. You're like, oh my god, I'm done with this one. Well, as a matter of fact, you're at like 1/10 of what you might need. By the way, I want to remind everybody, we will be live tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. EST for the 10 a.m. launch of Hightail. I'll be playing that for a good couple hours on stream tomorrow morning, so this will be a much earlier stream than you're used to from me. So please, if you can, be here, or later on, if you pop in, I'll probably be live for a good while. That will probably keep me busy for a while. I'm sure that I will absolutely stick to my exact plan, and I will definitely not be doing a degenerate amount of hours because I'm just a fucking huge fan of playing it for sure. 100% definitely won't happen. But please be there, dudes. I would love to have you guys. Hightail is a-coming tomorrow morning. That's if it's still playable the entire day, because there is a chance that they have to shut it down, let people, you know, fix up stuff, and then continue, because the whole point is stress testing, giving us something to try out, fix bugs, report bugs, you know, then fix more bugs, report more bugs, fix more bugs, you know, fix instability, fix issues, update. Super early access. Is there a way to look at what accessories is worth for me to get and buy? Yes. Actually join Discord. Go into the Skyblock area, the commands area for that. And then do /missing. And that will legitimately just show you what you're missing and the cheapest ones to buy and how much, like, you know, For some of them, it's like you buy this one and you upgrade this one next because it's like the most amount of MP for the least amount of coins. And you can just keep doing that forever. It's so goddamn good. Even on Ironman, it's nice to see that because you can get an idea of like what the easier grinds would be. And then for some of them, for like darker auctions, dark auctions, shens, you can get like, you know, an estimate of how much money you might be paying. But for regular, it's a lot more cut and dry. You just look at it, slash missing. This is what you got to go for. Chat, this is the 100th Chimera coming up, dude. I'm super friggin' ready for it, but I don't know if it will happen for sure today. I'm hoping it does. I don't want to be left off at 99. Oh, no. Don't want to be selling that. Don't want to be selling that, brother. No. Sorry. Oh, wait, I can make this. Oh, yes, sir. Let me do that. Craft. Craft. Yes. Okay, chat. I'm going to make a Hephaestus relic right now. I'm making a Hephaestus relic. Hephaestus. All right, you guys ready for this? Diana event? Actually, I'm going to keep that one there. I don't know why I just didn't take that one there. I don't. Anyways, here we go. The relic is made. We now have the Hephaestus relic, and I'm going to swap that off over onto this fella right over here. I'm going to go like this. He had a relic. Now he has a Hephaestus relic. Nice. There he goes, dude. More stats. We love more stats. Look at that number. Wow, wow, wow. Wowee. Wonderful. Good stuff. There we go. Can we do this? We go back to hub. Ultimate enchants, best for melee. I feel like Swarm would be best. That's what I would assume. Obviously, you know, if you really want to go crazy, you know, Chimera, but my assumption would be Swarm. Last Stand, I don't know. Like, I mean, technically, yeah, it could be good, but I feel like, you know, only if you're legitimately constantly dropping. Oh, wait. So, I meant for armor. Oh, for armor. Okay, armor, then I would just go with Legion if you have the money, and if not, Legion, because you don't have the money for that, you don't want to worry about the players around you, then I guess Last Stand would be good. Unless anyone in chat has any, like, instant, you know, thought on that, like, what would be better, then go ahead and drop it in here. I don't remember what you put on armor, other than just that, that one really expensive one that, I don't remember the name of. It's like Legion, but better. Bank 5, there you go. Big money. Big money, dude. I remember I actually have on my other profile, I have a Celestial skin on my Necron helmet, and it has Bank 5 on it, and I used that alongside an entire Necron set with Bank 5 on it, while I was at one point AFKing slime spawns, which is pretty good. But I made more than it cost, but it was pretty funny. Now on this profile, yeah. I still also have that, but it has Prot 6 and 5 stars in Ancient. And then this one is just the same thing without the Prot 6. And then this one, same thing, but light max horse. But this one is not applied because it just looks cooler when it's not applied since it has such a high price tag. But this is on Ironman, so it's pointless. It's nice. What's up, chilling Chloe? Welcome, Real Chatter. How you doing? And yeah, I just wanna love somebody. Let me get a little luck here, dude. Give me another 6 mil coin dropperonian. We're at 419, almost 420. Snoop Dogg will be proud, but I need another couple 6 mil drops so we can really start pushing a little bit more on this. It's gonna halt for such a long time. I'm really hoping we can actually get some decent stuff done here. What, like, I don't know what the chance would end up looking like if I just randomly dropped like 5, maybe even 10 6 mils back to back to back to back. Just, you know what I mean? What if that happened? I might possibly, you know, be targeted with some sort of investigation into cheating, but like, you know, at least for the time being, it would help me a bit. So really not that much, but it would still help a lot over the long haul with my sanity. I need... For anything. Griffin feathers, not what we were hoping for, my man. Chad, do you guys believe we're going to get this Chimera today? Do you believe we're going to get the final Chimera before the end of the stream today? I don't know exactly how long I want to stream for, but I usually stream for 5 hours, and then from there on, it's just if I'm feeling it. So, obviously, it could be 20 minutes, it could be 2 hours, it could be anything like that. I don't know. Do you believe in this? I don't know if I do. I feel like it's legitimately going to hold me here on purpose. It knows too much. It sees the numbers and it's like, no. Buddy, calm your ass down. Keep us at 4 today. One we put inside of the other thing. It's hate watching, dude. Oh, my fucking eyes, dude. I'm like... I'm all bug-eyed today. Something about this, you know, lack of sleep thing and using this bright, glowing shader. It makes me have to readjust my eyes consistently, like... Or, like, check to see if they're all blurry. I'm like... what the fuck is going on? It's just messing with me. There is a point where it gets a little too bright and crazy looking, I guess. Usually when you just haven't slept too well. Oh, this could be the last one right here. Hey! Ferocity hit. Get the last one with a decent magic find. Come on. Fuck! It did it, but it didn't drop it. Drop a relic now. F. I'm in on this one. F. Would've been pretty cool. We have got to get ourselves a good old book. Oogle thought I was talking to him. But I said gyat. Dude really thought that he could just, like, slip in the... Like, they're trying to plant a thought in our heads that he's, like, real thick or something. Try to just leave that, you know, imprinted in our brains or some shit. That's wild. Never realized it, you know, thought of itself that way. When I wanted... of you. Ooh. A little bit more. Come on. 6 mil, 1 book. Both of those things would be absolutely stellar in my brother man's. I'm feeling less and less like it's gonna happen now that it's getting close to 5. It's freaking me out, dude. I don't know how to feel. I'm worried. Of you. All right. This is the Inquisitor here. Close enough. Daedalus stick. No, I lied. Fuck. I'm just gonna be wrong about everything. God damn it. Let me have this one thing. This sole individual thing. Come on, let me have it. Let me at it, brother. Define. And wool drop. Or nothing, that works too. I want to know exactly how much they drop for, you know, scavenger coins, but if I look, it's going to just gross me out how low it is, so. I'm looking. I gotta look. I must know. All right, King Minos does a soul juicer magooser. He gives 5,000 coins per kill. Whoa, dude. Wait, 5x as well, by the way. And plus 10% from another thing. So it's pretty goddamn good. That's pretty fucking decent, dude. 27,500 roughly is what, or no, yeah. Yeah. Wow. That is just, wow. Oh. Didn't know the guy was so freaking incredible. Big ol' yikes. I swear to God, I thought they gave like a couple 100,000. I believed that to my core. That was multiple times worse than what I expected at the bare minimum. Which is like 100K. Multiple times worse. Like roughly 4 times worse. Hey, it'll be you. A feather. Oh my god. Loves a crowd. Just remembered I never told my guild chat that I was live, but I feel like there's a lot less people on right now. I think everyone's so incredibly over doing this entire event. Yeah, there's only 4 people online. Normally I'd look at it be like 10 to 12. There's no perks as far as I can see. There's no perks active still. Yeah, nothing. And yeah, there's no perks active. Aura's been dead for a while. Everything's a little bit quiet and tired. So it's very understandable. All the new perks are shocking. Yeah, all of these new perks are shocking people into a state of hell nah. That's just me though. Really zapping me in the hell goddamn no. At least we know that there's only a little bit of time left. Like, there's only a little bit left. And once it's done, you were chilling. Double mob health from the ones coming out. Yeah, I don't think that's going to matter as much as people think, except if you're doing Slayers. In dungeons, it doesn't really matter at all. Except for, you know, doing, like, Thorn. You know? Because, to be honest, everything you do there, you can kind of just destroy. I think that's the only thing that, if it actually is getting put in, like, you know, if they are choosing that directly, the only thing it's really going to affect is Slayers, mainly. Unfortunately, I do think that that's going to suck for a lot of people, but it's been around now for so long. Slayers have done, you know, nonstop through this whole thing. It's going to, for most people, like, there's not going to be a whole lot of activity happening anyways. Okay, let's see. Roughly 9 million per hour session profit if I sold every single drop I got. Whoa. Even if the helmet wasn't eating all the coins, you go up to, like, I don't know, probably like 10, 15 million higher than that. That's not great. Even though it's supposed to be like 60 million higher than that, but whatever. Did you back me up? Wanna be the chaperone? It's not enough. I'm pretty certain though, like, well, I'm gonna go offline again this time, and of course, then it will have the new perks out ready to use, and then only for another, I don't know, like 16 hours will it actually have anything going on. I don't know exactly how long, but oh yeah, 1 day 17 hours. So yeah, the 14th, never mind. So it'll be a whole 24 hours roughly left. So I have 1 day of the new perks. But that won't matter. That won't matter at all because Hightail is coming out, brother. Hightail is coming. Comes crashing down. I know that. Let's get this guy. I feel like the harpy bestiary is not working. My god, dude, my throat is just absolutely destroyed. Why is it so cooked, buddy? I had to clear my throat like 10 times. What have I done? Hmm. I mean, like her. Oh, dude's getting his harpy shards. That's a very smart thing to do. If I was smart, I'd be doing that. But I got real bored of doing it. Trapping the harpy every single time, trying to get the old shards. I did that for a while, got so overdoing it. Now we just let it go. We get it if we get it. Nice. Young Rabbit, if you're still here, do you know, like, if there's, I don't know if, like, let's say Cowshed or some other place is listed what everyone's planning to do for their perks? Stressed out, stressed out. Dude, I think that if I don't get myself this last book by like 5:30, I feel like that was a solid enough try. So we're going to have ourselves like roughly 35 more minutes. It depends on a few factors, whether or not we're going to make it that, or maybe we do longer. But I mean, so far, that's where I want to at least just do a couple other things that I need to do. I should be doing my my experiment and shit. I should be checking out the garden, greenhouse or whatever. I should be double checking a few things, but I think more so because of the fact that, like, you know, Aura's technically going to be gone before I log back into this, essentially. So I'll double check if there's anything I really need to just do before it's gone. Little reminder, if you guys don't already know, the Anon feathers that give you like a you know, oh, we got a 3 miller. The Anon feathers that we have here, just like, you know, when you kill something and it goes to the meter, you know, it's 2 times as powerful. Those are as well. So instead of giving, like, you know, 10k to something, they'll give 20k to something, right? So it's pretty goddamn good. I used mine on what I wanted to use them on, and I haven't done them yet, but at least it's there for the future. Not like every single one I had, but I used a good amount of them. And yeah, I recommend you guys, like, you really have something you really want to do, or you really don't want to do, and you want to get it out of the way, that's the best thing to, you know, use those on, hypothetically. But yeah, just double check those things. Very important. I myself use them on the burgers for the good old vampires. I refuse to do those pretty well at all. So I'm just gonna do like, honestly, I could just go in there and do like a tier 3 if I wanted. And then each one I do for the 4 that I want to do, I'll get a burger 4 times in a row. Since it's all like full on the meter already. But then the last one, I just have to do like a couple. So I'll probably just end up doing like a tier 4 for each one of them. And then once I've done all those, I'll try that tier 5 one time, see if I can get it done. Because I still need that for the XP. And hopefully this time it doesn't tweak out on me and I don't waste my time again. and then I'll get even more XP, and that'll be good. I can move on from that forever. Never go back. I hope. I really, really hope that that's the case. That would be sick. In the eye, I do. Mm-mm. We got the friggin' hit there. I feel like we're already at, but I don't know for a fact. The maximum on the salt hunt milestone. And if we're not, we got to be like 1 away at this point. I swear. We have to be 1 away. We gotta be 1 away. Because I don't think it counts for like the charm or the naga hits. I think it only counts for salt hits directly. So we'll have to see. If it counts for all of them, then I probably just missed it. But oh, this could be the last one, dudes. I'm gonna call it right now. This is gonna be the last one. It's gonna be 538% magic find, and we're gonna be freaking good. Oh fuck me. God damn it. It wasn't. We had a guy come over and hitting it too, so that was almost a loss of magic find as a whole, but thankfully it wasn't. We are all good. Please let me get it, brother. Oh, if I have to go off without a single final number 100 book dropping right now, I will be so fucking sad, dude. I will be a sad, sad man. And basically every single one I've gotten from this event is all just because solo Diana. I feel real good about that. On paper, I would get more with other people, but for some dumb reason, I get unlucky with a group of people and I get, like, literally nothing. At all. Got one over and punched a dude, get thrown in prison. You. I hope at the bare minimum they come up with stats to show how everyone's, like, you know, aura has gone. Like, how many times you got sent to prison, how much money you've spent in talking, how much money you've spent in TPing, how much money you've gained, all separate. All at, like, you know, and then also how many hours you put in. I want to see, like, all that as like a list of info that you can just look at whenever you want. I feel like that would be the bare minimum what they should do, given how lengthy and drawn out this thing went. Not like an entitled answer. I just, you know, feel like that's like the least insane thing to expect to see. Wow, we moved over 2 blocks. That's crazy. Oh my god, this could be it too. Oh my god, brother. Could this be it? No, I can't. God damn it. We're getting all sorts of no droppers. We're getting the nopers like fucking crazy right now, dude. I don't know what's going on. Oh. It's coming down to the wire here, dude. You. Also, I gotta stop drinking my G Fuel right now. I don't want to have any energy going into tonight. I don't want to have any more caffeine in me at all. I want to just straight up take a melatonin and like crash as early as I can tonight. And be just super fucking ready for tomorrow's stream. Because again, we're starting stream at 9 a.m. But with everything I gotta do to start and like get myself situated and all that, like it's gonna... I'm probably gonna be sat at my PC at like 7:30 to 8 in the morning or whatever, just getting shit ready. Gotta find someone to make a thumbnail or two. Gotta get the overlays all situated. I gotta get things updated. I gotta clean up the area here. I gotta get myself friggin' all sorts of ready. Gonna be a long fucking day tomorrow, dude. I'm excited. I, like, for whoever's listening in, I genuinely... Oh no, a normal person's working hours. Yeah, you yap all you want. I guarantee you're probably like 13 years old. You know, I'll be honest. I genuinely believe that. It's like 90% of the time. A normal person's working hours. That's a failed rage bait, brother. Has no idea. No goddamn idea. When people say stuff like that, chat, I just want to let you guys know. We see through that shit in like a second, brother. Jealousy speaks fucking volumes about your character. I'm just going to be honest. But, like I was going to say, for those who watch the content and whatever, I have some content I'm working on for a few things. Like, we're going to be doing a stream. So I have to get that ready. And we're doing a stream. We're going to be doing all that. I'm going to get everything situated, probably recorded, probably put into a mini series of just like streams slash, you know, daily, like, you know, content type of stuff. And then we're also going to be working offline on some other stuff, scripting or something else. And then also on top of that, trying to hold on to the relationship with my fiance and make sure my dog doesn't remember me. Sorry if you took offense. I didn't take offense. It's just cringe as fuck of you to say that. That's all I'm saying. You guys don't know me. So the hours you put into something, it's just... There's only so much sarcasm you can read from a message, right? So, like, it's pretty fucking cringe to see that stuff. You know, it's something that just screams, I'm jealous as fuck, and I'm just here to hate watch. Like, that's all it is. If you guys mean it that way or not, that's entirely something you know. But I've streamed long enough where if I see it, I'm just going to tell people to, you know, shut the fuck up, sit down, and get off my ass. But if you don't mean it, then you don't mean it. I'm not going to, like, hold on to that and be like, you're a fucking... You hurt my feelings, fuck you, never come back, you know, and, you know, storm off. I might, but you'll know. Because I'll just full-on punch the camera and you're going to hear me crying. You're going to see, like, my feet, and that's it. And you're just going to hear me crying or something, but I won't allow that to happen yet. That is a interrupt. What is that skin? Does anyone here, like, recognize what that is? It looks like a fucking mouse, but not even... Or so like a space outfit or some shit. I swear I've seen that. Well, okay, so... If you want a little backstory on me, I don't know if you do or don't, so I'll let you know. So I used to work... Well, you're gonna get it regardless, because I don't shut the fuck up. Well, I wouldn't be jealous, alright? I have lost almost all of my hair from this. So just imagine how stressful that is. I had a fucking beautiful head of hair. Yes, my hairline was bad, but I've lost almost all of it, you know. So before all this stuff, what actually made me finally quit was I ended up just from stress losing like fucking 30 pounds. And I was already only like 190 pounds, maybe 200 pounds lean. I'm 6'3". From working at this place, I was doing 12-hour shifts every single day. I did like, you know, an average of 5 to 6 days a week. And I was doing that most of my life since I was 16 years old. So I always loved the game, but I never had time to do it because I was paying rent at 16 years old. Unfortunately. And I'm not going to go into detail on that, but just shit, right? So I worked as hard as I possibly could, and then I ended up getting myself into a lot of shit, not working hard, doing dumb shit. And then I kept doing that and doing that and doing that and doing that and doing that. And it started off as like line work at a Procter & Gamble. And then I ended up working at a couple different other stores. I worked at a nightclub for a little while when I turned 19. I turned 19 because I had to wait legally till I was 19 to be able to work there in Canada. Quebec, you can be 18 years old and do that, but I did that. And then I was working at a fabrication shop building optometrist chairs, and I was grinding and dealing with metal all day. So like 80-pound base plates and just fucking, you know, just grinding, cooking, and fucking, you know, powder coating and CNCing and all that stuff. It just, and, you know, fucking spot welding and just constantly dealing with like heavy metal. And and I fucking loved it. And we worked ourselves out of a job there because the place was failing. So I would have stayed there for a long time. Probably never would have done this. So it was a blessing in disguise. So that's not a bad thing. But we worked ourselves out of a job because we did it too fast and too efficiently. And there was nothing for us to do for too long of a period of time. So they had to get rid of like 90% of us while they tried to figure out where the business was going to go. But they handled it poorly. So none of us were ever willing to come back. Anyways, then I started working at a couple other places, started stocking shelves for a bit in between waiting for this other job. Then I started working with like giant FNKs doing, you know, if you guys know like Royale Tiger and President's Choice and, you know, different, you know, pretty well just brands that have packaging, plastic printed on, and the bags that have like the seal and printed on and whatever, those things, right? I started making those. So it was like constant fucking just heavy fucking work. And it sucked ass. And I hated myself there. So I ended up waiting to get into a point where I was just so fucking lost mentally. I had no fucking joy. My fiance like has pictures of me. I lost like 30 pounds when I was already like lean, skinny, you know, strong, skinny, whatever, right? So it's like not like a toothpick, but I had muscle on me, but I didn't really have much I could lose. And then I just became a fucking absolute dead walking zombie of a human. Because when you work a 12-hour shift, as you know, with your hours, right? When they say, all right, you're working 12-hour shifts, okay, you also have to get there. You have to fucking deal with your stuff. You have to do the pre-shift meeting. You have to get changed. Then you have to get on there. You have to do another little face-to-face with the guy. They're trying to figure out what's going on these type of jobs. Then you have to like go and do all your fucking checks, and then you have to work your 12 hours. Then you have to do that to get out of there, and then you got to get home. So it's like you're fucking gone for like 15 hours a day, and you're getting paid for 12 of it. But they eat away with like all the other shit. So I did all that to the point where I got so dead and just depressed, in all honesty. You know, I was not doing okay. For a couple of years, I was just not doing okay. Then I said, fuck it, I'm just gonna quit, because my fiance at the time, her car broke down while we were driving because she worked around the corner. And I just had a fucking massive fuck this moment. I just quit and I started streaming, and it did terrible to start off, but I had enough fucking EI and I was waiting to find something else, and I was like, I can't do this here. Like, it's just not good. Because I like all the details for the job were like all over the place. I had to train within the first 6 months of my job. I was already training and doing half of the workload that an 8-person fucking team was supposed to be doing, because our team was so badly scheduled, and the people that they kept on the team were so fucking awful. They had like this seniority, I don't have to do as much as you do type of energy, and they just accepted that. So they were buddies with the fucking person that was like in charge. So it kind of just fell on us. So fast forward to now, it worked out, but it's consistently offline, like probably 4 hours a day, and then streaming 5 hours a day. And then you have to learn how to edit, do thumbnails, talk with brands, deal with brands, contracts, try to find new ways to make content, have to think of new streaming ideas, and you have to like, you know, constantly entertain and moderate and all that stuff. And it's just never really offline at all. And then if you go offline for a day, you come back and like half the people are there. And if you go offline for a week, where, you know, normally you take like a little vacation, you come back, like no one's there. It can just flop, die off, and just incinerate itself overnight. Like it's very stressful, but it's so incredible that like if you're gonna get stressed out about something, it's something you're passionate about. You know, if you're gonna work like 12 hours straight up just trying to figure out what to do with yourself, you're not doing it for no reason. So it's like it can pay itself off if you have the passion for it. And also have like, you know, a certain amount of work ethic and creativity and luck, right? But that's me. How you doing? I'm 27 now, and I've been working mostly 12 hours a day for the better part of 11 years. Somehow. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me that I'm able to do this for the past couple years, but still. You know? I'm only 27. I'm already fucking gray in the head. Like, that's not right. My hair's fucking leaving. Like, it's not good. So I'll take this shit over that shit. The stress, too. Yeah, you and me and anyone else in between, we need to have some sort of luck here, dude. Something needs to fucking happen. Well, it's like everyone has their own problems. Like, you probably have shit going on in your life that I don't ever have to fucking worry about. Like, everyone has their own issues. But I am very lucky in a lot of ways that it went the way it did, because it could have went very much so worse. But if I never had to leave that one place, would have been a lot easier. Would have been fucking great. I would have had a nice chill place, because I would have went and got my definitely had my tickets to be in that fabrication room and work with the tools I was working with, for sure. For sure. Definitely in a hypothetical world could have got my tickets and would have had an even better situation, and apprenticeship would have been easy, and would have had a really good paying job, and I could have worked in a fabrication shop probably for the rest of my life and been happy. But things changed, and I started getting into the... Now, my stress now is more so like, will it survive long term, and what the hell do I have to do to get there? Because it's stressful, but I'm stressing out about something I'm passionate about. I will fucking take it. Like, I will stress about it, but don't think that I don't love what I'm doing. Love what I'm doing. Just wish that I had in my head a better plan to get farther, rather than just being constantly worried about what it is I got to do next. But that's just a headspace thing. That's a me thing, and I'll work that out. But I have an idea of how I'm going to start off in Hightail, and I think I might, and I'm going to hope, I'm going to be optimistic. I think I will. I'm, again, optimistic. I will hit 50,000 subs on my YouTube this year. That's a goal of mine. I want to hit 50K on both Twitch and Kick. I don't want my freaking Kick to just keep on growing on my, not Kick, YouTube and Twitch. My Kick, I couldn't care less about. I think it's awesome that it's there, but like, whatever. But I think that that's something that I'm heavily trying to push. Like, I've already put out 2 videos on my other profile that get like nothing. Clearly, I'm just having fun making some extra content. Slop content or chill content going over there. Main YouTube, I have plans for a video from day 1 of the new game coming out, as well as just doing Skyblock in between all that stuff and doing everything we want to do. Trying my fucking best to make sure that I keep at it. Also, hold the frig up, my dude. Is it time? I just saw something pop up right now that... How is that here right now? Is that just because it hit? I just saw the fishy treats thing. Oh, no, someone just used one. Oh. Never mind. My bad. But yeah, Yap sessions with Voxy always go fucking crazy. I can't lie. I just don't shut the hell up, but I love just explaining my thought process. Thank you for listening, Tanch. My bad for being a little bit hostile towards you for a moment there. But I feel like, you know, I'm not like, you know, you get me. You get how I'm coming at you, I guess. I know. It's like not like it's 100% reasonable always, but I just who I am. I have friends working at Michelin restaurants, working from 6 a.m. till 2 a.m. 4 days a week for worse pay than I'm getting because I want to learn. Yeah, dude, learning from the best is a very, very useful thing. Like, get shit on a little bit here and there. Yeah, you get less pay. Yeah, it's like apprenticeships, right? Like, you go in and you get paid like dick all, but you're learning from someone who is fucking, you know, artists that, you know, they're perfecting their craft, and you're perfecting yours faster than, you know, probably they were, because I'm sure that like some of the people that you're, you know, learning from probably didn't have the tools that you have. The day, you know, as the days go forward, gets easier. There's more info, there's more tools, there's more help. So it's pretty cool. It's like you could spend 10,000 hours trying to perfect something, and you will become very good at it, right? You will become extremely good at it. But if you help someone else get there as well, it'll take them eons less to get to where you're at, or at least close to it. But by the 10,000 hour mark, they'll be an even fucking crazier unit, and it just keeps on going. They'll learn from your mistakes because you're helping them along the way. They can learn faster. They can learn better. They can learn the easier way rather than the hard way of trying to, like, you know, make that mistake 10 times. They make the mistake only a few times, and, you know, they learn quickly. It's nice. It's cool as hell. But the fact that I do this, like, I don't know. Like, we have all this fucking content that we can go look at, and all these different people that have grown and done certain things to be able to go off like, all right, this is what someone else did to be successful. Technically, we have the same kind of, you know, help there. But I swear at every single day, people want something different. So it's nonstop evolving. It is not like a simple formula to be successful on YouTube or Twitch or anything. So it's just the stress that a creator will have is much different than someone that will have, like, to worry about having to stick to a certain speed and accuracy in making food. Or, like, that was a weird way for my voice to just give out for a second. It wasn't even a fucking voice crack. It was like a voice drop, like, dip. I don't know what. Anyways, bro, I just hit puberty again. It's like different from, like, you're trying to learn how to weld or something, right? You just have to master your craft, and that takes fucking forever. Just like trying to learn how to cook food well, fast, properly, under pressure, with the heat. Fucking keep your cool. You know, not kill people with allergens that you have to understand, and all these different menu items you have to learn, and you know, there's a whole bunch of shit, and then you have to go and try to, like, teach someone something, and, like, you're an English teacher. You gotta spend your whole life learning, and then you have to keep learning, and you have to keep up with shit, and then you have to keep teaching these kids, and you have to also learn how to be, like, a babysitter in a way too. There's always something. But I'll take this one. Like, if you're passionate about, you know, cooking and all that stuff, then you're going to be passionate about that. It's going to be easier than it is about someone, you know, someone else who fucking hates it, right? I wish I had the personality / mentality to live off of content creation, but it's just not for me. Yeah, it's not for everybody. I mean, like, I think that it's not really far-fetched to say it could just not be for me either, and that's something I might find out over the time, you know, of, like, the next 5 years, right? Like, that could absolutely happen at any point in time. I could just wake up one day and just be so fucking stressed out about trying to keep up with it, and then be, you know, not happy with it. Even if the bills are going okay, like, there could be a point that just hits me. And I've hit that, like, kind of breaking point before in a way, but it was more so I had to just change up something and be a little healthier and change up my hours. So, like, now I only stream for 5 hours, do offline work for a couple hours, do some more stuff, and I'm always, oh, email, gotta answer that, gotta check this. All right, let me check this dashboard. Okay, cool, let me set this thing up, let me change that, make a thumbnail, go put this thing in here, get a couple clips or something like that, and work on this edit, and go Discord, start changing stuff over there, have to talk to some people, and go live again, put up some more live content, you know, cut that down a little bit, you know. There's always something I'm doing, but they're like, oh, he just streamed for 5 hours, he's gaming, he's going offline, that's all it is, easy. But it's, you have to keep doing more if you want to get anywhere, because sometimes some people make it look fucking wicked. They start off, someone posts a clip of them, blows the fuck up. Boom, success. They make content, they live stream. That's literally it. That's all they got to do. And then they just have money to have a team around them. That is called a needle in a haystack. That's called a dime in a dozen. That's called a lottery. That doesn't fucking happen. Like, on paper, it just doesn't happen. So, you have to be willing to constantly adapt and constantly try to, like, change the way you do things, and, you know, always try to maximize your efficiency, and you have to be willing to, you know, put yourself out there and take some wild shit. Just like if you work in customer service and anything, you're going to deal with some wild shit. Obviously, it's different because you're doing a lot more than just answering someone's questions, but, like, you know, there's always something. There's always an aspect of, like, any job that's really worth it that's gonna fucking suck. Asian styles tasted many restaurant, and some dude said he was allergic to hot chili peppers, and 9 out of 15 servings had a strong chili flavor. Well, that's interesting. So, like, was there actually something you could serve this man? That's my question. Because the whole place is, like, just allergens are everywhere. You know, like, in that anyways. I feel like there's really no way. It's intriguing. I feel like that'd be a fucking nightmare. Problem solving, I guess, in this, like, probably the best way to sum what I said earlier. You're always problem solving in any situation that's stressful. It could get you real good. Like I said to other people in the past, though, like, if you really are passionate about something, do it, and do it for a long time with zero, even, you know, zero thought of you making anything out of it. Just do it to learn it, and then just create. Hypothetically, if it's content creation, just create, put shit out there. Take every little bit of advice you have to try to make everything better. You know, do it. Keep on doing it, obviously, if it's enjoyable for you. And eventually, you'll get to a point where you just have to be somewhat successful because there's enough out there, and you've done enough growth, and you've done enough optimization, you've learned enough, and you're good enough at it that, like, if it's for you, it'll hit. But for some people, it's too long and too little, you know? We did some cowboy shit and combined food from our sister restaurant, and of course, I was one of the head chefs running around to find stuff. Yeah, dude, fuck that. Good on you, though. That's a nightmare. Just goddamn. I don't know. I heard enough of these, like, horror stories, you know what I mean? Of someone goes to a restaurant and they disclose that they're allergic, and then something happens and, you know, that allergen gets them. But I think that, and I know this isn't going to sound great, but I don't mean it in, like, a real serious, like, direct way. But I think that if someone's allergic to certain things and they go to a restaurant at all that has any of that on the menu at all, you should always assume that your EpiPen is ready to go. Like, you need that shit. You got to double and triple, quadruple check with people, and, you know, be super thankful when they listen. But I know someone who, like, they have an allergen to, let's just say, a peanut, right? You know, peanuts, are allergic to peanuts, and they go somewhere that is all about, let's just say, peanuts, and they will go there and say, I want something from your menu, and I'll fucking lose it if I don't get it, but I'm allergic to this, and everything that you do here has something to do with this, and if I get sick, I'm gonna die right here, right now, because I didn't bring an EpiPen, and that's on you. They should be just allowed to say, nah, dude, fuck off. Like, I'm sorry, but no, leave. I don't know if you're allowed to do that. I feel like you should be allowed to do that, but if you're not allowed to do that, let's make that allowed. Let's do that. I know it sounds a little bit, I guess, weird, but they were pregnant halfway through the menu while they have already gotten raw fish and tartar. Yeah, see, like, that's entirely on them, and in my opinion, on them, pretty fucking stupid. But I guess dumb things happen. We can all make mistakes, though it's on them to disclose it, because, listen, someone might just look at them and say they probably eaten a good amount today. They might not know they're pregnant, right? It's not like the waitress or waiter's friggin' job. It's their job, right? So, you know, it is what it is. Have you noticed? I have noticed. Yes, it has tanked everything. Not like I'm, like, you know, directly affected by this, but I've heard enough and I've seen the numbers when, let's say, a Chimera drops, it'll say plus, at the low end, like plus 35 million, or now at like 39, 37, or whatever it is. Where Diana V2, yes, dropped the prices down to, like, what was it, like 80 to 60 mil or something like that, and now they're all the way down to, like, mid 30s at times. Pretty friggin' wild. I think that is absolutely astonishing. A friend of mine was a main designer for the update, and he did not intend for things to be this common. Well, Aura intended or Aura was intended. Aura is the reason this got bad. Diana V2 made them more common, which is good. I'm very glad. But Aura has fucked everything. So it just destroyed it. So Diana V2 was great. Aura was too goddamn long. I think that they needed to have this capped off after the third. Like that 100%, in my opinion, needed to happen. But of course, here we are. 9 of them. Wow. And imagine if they added all of the custom items as we went on too, because that would have been even more Magic Find. And helpful chances alongside of what we're going for here and all that stuff too. Like that would have only been more so. And then imagine the ferocity wasn't what you needed to swap for your golden dragon. Would have been even more so. Even though I want that to be working because I want more Magic Find. I hate seeing my Magic Find below 500. Speaking of, Chimera number 100. Here we go. There it is. That was my 100th Chimera on my Ironman profile. That is 100 done on my Ironman. That's it right there. That is friggin' nuts. God damn. I know some people have gotten a lot more. There's probably a good amount of people who've gotten a lot more, but I never intended to drop that many. It just kind of eventually happened. Now, if I look at this, or actually, no, not that. I look at this here. I'm at number 1,891 for Inquisitor kills. I'm assuming roughly similar in terms of how many Chimeras I've dropped. That is crazy, dude. That is nutty. So right there, we have 100 grand total with 2,064. 2,064. My average, 2,064. Obviously, we can look at this and just take the decimal place over by 2, 20.64. But that average, I want to do the math, like roughly on like how much, if I could see the first clip, if I can somehow see the first clip and get a picture of like the Magic Find then, and then compare it to now and see like what that range was, that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, that right there, this is my 100th Chimera right here. 100. That's 5 today in 5 hours, which is pretty damn badass. So I want to do, actually, I want to do this. Take this. 549 Magic Find, by the way. Book number 100 on Iron Man. W. For the 2 or 3 people who might be looking at the guild chat right now. I want to like get an idea of how, like, you know, how long that took and hypothetically what the average would have been from the start to now if I would have just guesstimated it, whatever. Yeah, 549 ferocity. Important part of that. Ferocity. And there was also a person nearby, so this got the Legion buff on it, which I had no idea, by the way, that Legion didn't buff the Magic Find on these guys. I think that's pretty goddamn cringe. Apparently that doesn't do too well with the armor's Magic Find because it's not like a base stat, it's a perk, right? So I guess it doesn't help that directly. Legion, like you said earlier, like you swap the Legion, it scales its Magic Find as well, so that's kind of nice. Yeah, so that kind of sucks, but either way, it's still helping us with our stats. I do think that now that we've gotten 100, that's cool, but we have to get more. We have to, you know, that's we just have to, because we can't leave one on a Chimera 3 and then having 2 Chimera 5 books and then having 4 Chimera 5 tools. I can't do that. I have to have another Chimera 5, but then I can't just do that because then by then I also need to get my Harpy maxed out, and my Harpy is still at 1980. I still need 1,020 more. So I'm sure I'm going to drop at least like 20 something. I think I'm going to drop like 30 more books by then. I genuinely believe so. I don't know exactly how many we're going to end up getting, but that's a guess. This is just disgusting, though. Like, that's a lot of books. That's a lot of books. We got a braided griffin feather today. We got our 100th Chimera ever today. We got our first Hephaestus item today. The relic on the golden dragon. That's why it went up, actually. It's because of the relic being Hephaestus now. Hephaestus. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure I heard. I Googled it and it said Hephaestus. So, sue me. But I am very excited. Fellas, I am going to remind you again. Tomorrow, we will be live at the crispy 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Look that up for you. Please and thank you. If you guys want to be here, we're going to be there from 9 to 10 waiting for the old launch of Hytale. And then, once Hytale drops, we're going to be playing it for multiple hours. Then eventually I'll go offline and I'll do some offline recording. And then we're going to rinse and repeat that. As long as everything's smooth and everything's good. Because obviously there's a chance that it might be in a kind of a problematic state with all the people in there because they have success on the early access breaking more things, which is honestly not a bad thing. Get everything out of the way early on. Let them just find all the problems, deal with all the problems, and then by week number 2, shit's just, you know, smooth sailing with updates coming, right? So that's pretty cool. But 5 days of playtime to max bestiary if you had V1 maxed. Yeah, I did. Yeah. 5 days of playtime though. Jesus Christ. This heart, boy, it's already broke. But 100 books, dude. That's a pretty good amount. In old prices, one book would be like 150-ish mil, right? So, that's a lot. That's a lot. If you guys want to know how much, that's 15 billion coins worth. But obviously, that's not the case now. They dropped in price. So, over half of them, probably 2/3 of them were at that price point. And, you know, that's a lot. Mythic Griffin would be, one less day or something. Got you. Actually, no, since you, Max Harpy last is a legendary still. Yeah, I feel like, you could swap over at 1,000 Harpy left. Then start going for your King Minos and whatever, and you'll probably max that out and still have some left over. All right, we're gonna get back to back. We're gonna get book number 101 for the fun of it. No, we're not. Would have felt kind of cool, but then we would have left off at a Zoe 101 type of vibe. Howdy, howdy. I got my 100th Ironman book today from Chimera. You probably don't even know what they do necessarily, but that's pretty fucking sick. I heard you yelling at the dog. Yep. You should have known she needed 6 minutes and 35 seconds, but that's just, you know, unfortunate. All right, I'm gonna be doing, okay, well, since we're gonna be doing a fucking juicer magooser tomorrow, I want to hang out with you. I don't want to stream too much longer. Fellas, I'm gonna go offline. We got the 100 books done. We got 5 today. because I'm gonna be streaming for a while, and then I'm gonna be live early, and then I'm gonna be streaming for a while, and then I'm gonna do an offline recording, and then I'm probably gonna edit the VOD into a video for the second channel for like a regular series of like daily stuff, whatever I think, or maybe kind of similar, kind of like that, maybe. And then I'm gonna start doing that, and maybe start doing like a weekly one video per week type of scenario on there, and then maybe once a month on the regular. That's probably what I'll do. We got Tange with the friggin' good night, my man. I appreciate the app session, dude. I got love for you. I know that, like, you know, I he said something. I looked at him. I was like, hey, fucking, you know, you kiss my fucking ass, whatever. It's just right off the bat. And then we're chilling, chatting. You know, when you read stuff on here, you can only read so much sarcasm. So I just instantly go, fuck you. And then they're like, my bad, dude. Appreciate you, Tange. You're a good guy. Nice seeing you. Hopefully, we'll see you here tomorrow. We're going to be doing some hightail early in the morning. Wildfire, you too. You take care. By the way, anyone else who's here, thank you guys for being here. We got the Sam. We got the bot Chloe over there still looking to sell us GFX on Kick. And I'll be back tomorrow in the morning, tomorrow in the AMs. All right. We had a 3 off day period. I finally took more than 1 day a week off. We're back at it tomorrow. We're going to go fucking absolutely degenerate mode. We're going ridiculous. I'm going to be locked in. Just content. Okay. Love you guys. See you guys in the morning. Have a good rest of your night. Tell your parents you love them. Tell your dad I love him more. And W for the 100 books total. Pretty cool stuff. Later, dudes.